Hello, Annalisa, Jen. It's good to see y'all. Thank you, Jen. I'm going to get into that. Hope y'all can hear me. I don't know. I don't have a song tonight. Um, I know how much everybody hates Google, but Google had a pretty good answer to this. Um, so there's a scripture, love thy neighbor as thyself. And Google says, is a well-known phrase expressing the idea of treating others with the same kindness, respect, and consideration that one would want for themselves. This concept is a central tenet in many religious and ethical systems, emphasizing the importance of empathy and compassion in human relationships. It essentially calls for extending love, understanding, and positive regard to others, mirroring the way one typically treats oneself. I just thought that sounded like a pretty good explanation of what that means. Um, so I don't know if y'all saw the short that I did, but I did drive to a river today, and I did do some praying because something's been gnawing at me that just you couldn't comment. I'm sorry. The comments were on. Pretty sure, Jen. I think that sometimes in our hurt, we tend to hurt others with words. Um, I think that sometimes we intend to be joking with someone, but it can be something personal that can hurt them. And we've spoken before on here about how words can penetrate and stick with someone. Hey, Benjamin, what life? Um, I usually don't mention names, but I'm going to mention names. George wasn't totally wrong. I understand where he's coming from. Blackwatch isn't totally wrong. I understand where he's coming from. We all, thank goodness, we're all different. And so we're going to have different views, different opinions, different lifestyles. We all live in different areas. We have a different way of living life. Are we going to judge people by that? No. it it's whatever works for them. Um, Hey, Chuck, good to see you. Who said they didn't do it? They have an alibi. Now I have to put one up. Oh, wildlife. No, you didn't do it. It's, okay. What brought me where I'm at to this community, my home community? Church. I had started going to a church with a friend, and I really liked it. Um, things just fell into place where I could move my children and I here, and we've been here almost 40 years. Why have I stayed here? Because of the community. No, we don't see each other every single day. We don't. Lily, good to see you. Um, so hard times, only coming together in hard times. Well, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but there's a lot of hard times going on right now. Hey, Mary, good to see you. um, we've had 3 homes burned to the ground in the past year. We've had, oof, we've had people in the community that were our rock that have passed. We've lost really good people. We've lost family. Hey, Anderson, good to see you. I sound funny. I'm sorry. I'm good, Chuck. I'm just saying that every one of us is going through something. I don't care where we're at. It's how we react to it and how we look at it and how we move on and keep going. No, I'm not crying. My voice is a little, it's been raining a lot and I'm allergic to mold. And so, yeah, my voice probably does sound funny. Um, oh, wow, Mary. Yeah. Um, there's been so many, uh, the videos I'm seeing, oh my goodness, is is amazing. The things that are being sent out. I'm donating as much as I can. Um, everyone is. Everyone's donating what they can. And Kerrville is full. The Salvation Army there. Hey Garrett, good to see you. Salvation Army there said that they were good right now. If they get to a point where they need more of anything, they'll let us know. Okay, so the thing about this, I know everyone is hearing national news about, even my friends in Sweden must have heard it because I got a message from one of them. Meet Puppet, Andy, good to see you. Thank you, Andy. So the weird thing about this one, and you know, I know we've all talked about it and talked about causes, talked about lines in the skies, talked about all of these things. Possibly. I know in 1987 we had a flood on the Guadalupe River at that time. The strange thing about this one is it was not just that area. I know that everyone's hearing just about that area because of the camps. Because so the girls at that camp, that's a camp for um, wealthy people, political people, presidents have had their children and grandchildren go to that camp. It's governors have sent their children. It's not an inexpensive camp. When I saw the cabins, they are not built like any cabins around me. They're they're built pretty good. Um, I'm not sure why they did not evacuate. There was a flash flood warning at 1 a.m. If they didn't have the volume up on their phone, if they didn't have their phones turned on, I don't know. They have talked about air sirens, like, which I think would be a really good idea. Anywhere where there could be flooding or anything. So that's what I want to get into is this dumped so much water at one time in such a short time. That, number one, is unusual, but the area it covered is way more than just that Kerr County area. It is, we had Bandera County, Comal County, Kerr County, Llano County, Burnett County, Travis County, Williamson County. All these counties were affected. Um, and there was loss of lives in almost all of those counties. I have actually, well, I don't think it tells me how many in each county. It might. So I'm just saying this was really unusual, and it rained for 4 days here. Yes, that's unusual in July too. So, okay, this says multiple sources are reporting that flooding has impacted several rivers, including the Guadalupe, Medina, Colorado River, Cypress Creek, San Gabriel River, Llano River, San Saba River, and Leon River across central Texas, following heavy rainfall. Updates indicate that approximately 95 people were killed, including 75 in Kerr County, 7 in Travis County, 6 in Kendall County, 4 in Burnett County, 2 in Williamson County, and 1 in Tom Green County. I have no idea where Tom Green County is. That's the first time I've heard that name. I'm going to have to look it up. At least 8 people were injured and over 850 people have been rescued. Sources report that at least 41 people remain missing, including 11 people from Camp Mystic, children's summer camp located near Fisher Ranch Road in Hunt. Additionally, sources indicate ongoing water rescues in Travis, Williamson, and Burnett counties. An unspecified number of buildings have been damaged. And it goes on. I'm just saying, one of those counties my son lives in. Hey, Pepper Wine, good to see you. Yes, numbers will get higher. There's still people looking for family members. They keep posting pictures and asking people. But anyway, one of those counties is where my son lives. And once he realized what was going on in the amount of water at one time, he went out to help first responders. He was helping evacuate anywhere that he knew there was a low water crossing. Any homes, businesses, anything that were close to any of those. The housing authority, just homes. And meanwhile, his home is getting inches of rain inside of it. And he's not near a low water crossing, a creek, a river. That's how much rain it was. It didn't have to be near a river or anything. It was just, it impacted that whole town that he's living in. There were trees. When you get that amount of water, I was watching huge oak trees just go down. And they just disappear under the water, is how deep it is. And it spreads. This one man was filming off of a bridge, and the water level was like, I don't know, 20, 30 feet down from the bridge. And as he's filming it, you can see the water rising and spreading. It spread, looked to me like about 3 football fields. I don't know. I don't know how much that is. That's like 900 yards. It spreads. And it's like a moving monster that can't be stopped. Anything in its way is going to be pushed out of its way. It's that strong. Definitely keep them in your prayers. I also heard North Carolina got hit pretty bad from tropical, what they call it, tropical storm, tropical depression, something Chantel. I saw where they were doing rescues there. I've seen some people say Mother Nature. I've seen some people say shit happens. I've seen some people say that yeah, which is true. Okay, Florida, you know you're going to get hit with hurricanes. Why on earth would you want to live in Florida? Jersey Joe, good to see you. You know rivers are going to flood, creeks. Well, why would you want to build a house right on the river? I know it's beautiful, but you just have to take into consideration how high it can rise. Um, we can't blame the government for this. I don't know. I don't know who, what. Um, there's a Texas website. I have not found it yet that tells about seeding and where they've been seeding. I saw a map. Looks pretty sus to me, but who am I? Excuse me. So, where do we go from here? Well, sand castles are one thing, Black Watch. Yes, we know they're going to get washed away. And I need to look up and see when they do that here because it is amazing what they can do with sand. Okay, Benjamin. Does that make you feel better? You know, that's the thing is if we keep blaming people, is it doing anything to make us feel better? Is it accomplishing anything? Is it stopping anything? This is why I have been learning the Constitution. Excuse me. It's, and I've really found it interesting to find out that the Native Americans helped write the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence or both. I don't know. But hey, Apple Dumpling, good to see you. Um, it was set up in a way that they knew there was a possibility of things getting to this point. Were the Native Americans perfect? I don't know why they would war against each other. I I mean, I think they had it pretty good moving all over the country. But thank y'all for putting the links. So that's why I'm trying to learn it. That's why I'm trying to use it. That's why I'm trying to live with the Constitution backing my way of life. What does it say? Um, the right to freedom and prosperity. What's where you live, Mary? Hello, Pat.
Hi, Bonnie.
Good to see you tonight.
Good to see you too.
Am I talking crazy?
Now, you know about weather modification, right? Cloud seeding.
Yes, I do.
Okay. This has been going on for a long time,
Yes, it has.
since late 1800s, early 1900s. It's been going on.
And I know that there are events that could possibly be from that. And
if the government wants land and people don't want to move, guess what? They'll make it happen.
but at the same time, the government can use eminent domain anywhere they want to.
Yep.
So I don't know why it would take a disaster to get that land or the minerals or anything about it. They have eminent domain. They can pop that on any one of us at any time. Hey, Wildlife.
Good evening, everybody.
Oh goodness, Benjamin. I don't want to see that. So how are y'all doing today? What? Yes, it does,
Doing
George.
well. Doing well, all things considered.
Awesome. Yeah, Benjamin, I've heard that, but I don't know. What's Apple Dumpling saying? Sometimes we win. Look up 710 freeway. And houses for eminent domain. They've sat empty. Finally, they want to sell. Of course, when homes are worth $2 million. 175-year-old farm in New Jersey. Yeah, Mary. Are you in North Carolina? Excuse me. I'm trying not to get sick. I could possibly be. I don't know. I'm not going to let it stop. Just keep moving, right?
All right.
So, how much of the old time way should we get back to continue on? Is the convenience that bad? Is the I don't know, where do y'all see us headed from here?
But when you just in my opinion, whenever you look back like that, you have to. Sometimes we wonder how we got here. Then we stop and look up maybe of all the things we gave up to get here or to get the comforts, like you mentioned. But if that's to be true, and then you want to get back to the old ways, then we also have to acknowledge to get back to the old ways, something has to be given up, which may be some of the comforts that got us here to begin with, you know?
True.
Hello,
It varies
nerds.
people to people, just everybody's walk's different, you know?
Exactly.
Everybody's walk's different.
What? No way. Everybody walks different. You surely you jest.
Yeah.
I'm being facetious, of course, but
Just have to find out what's worth fighting for, what's worth holding on for. You know?
Excuse me.
well,
Jersey,
sorry. Go ahead, Miss Bonnie. What were you gonna say?
Jersey Joe said we need common sense for starters.
Oh, that's gone.
Yeah,
That's
Can we bring that back into style, please? Because I feel like I'm being punished for dealing with all the people who don't have it.
But see, each
Oh,
one of
that's
us
just
think we have it, but do we?
I don't think no one has it. Like we're
I
all
do.
just faking
I
it till
like.
we make it.
I don't. I do my best to not fake it because I grew up, born in '79, grew up in the '80s, out running, till sunset in the dirt and all of that good nonsensical stuff.
Mhm.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta get around these dumbass people who won't let me over, and the other guy can't merge to save his damn life. Sorry. So anyway,
Hey,
you know,
Colin.
I grew up with the World War II generation, were my grandparents, and then of course my mom was the generation after that.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to think I got a good amount of common sense beat into me by my parents and grandparents.
I don't
Uh,
know that it's something that's beat into you. I I would
well, I mean, I think so a little bit, not completely, because the discipline would help. I think help point you in the right direction towards the common sense. But it's more of a some of it you can kind of teach. Hot, cold, up, down. Do this, don't do that. This is why. Some of it you can teach. Some of it you just have to experience it. You have to live life a little bit.
I think a lot of it comes from experience.
Yeah, I would agree. A lot of it, I would say, definitely is experience. Some of it can be taught for some things, but most of it is just life experience.
I know that my grandparents came out of the Depression, and they all had gardens, and even my
Sure.
father, growing up, he had a garden in the backyard. And then
Well,
here comes the grocery stores, and there you go, it took
sure.
over.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, some of the conveniences with modern society are nice, but some of the old time stuff, like growing your own garden, building some stuff from by hand if you can, uh, those kind of things. Do what you can do some of the old school way and build stuff to save money. Some of the modern convenience stuff is nice, but I think maybe a balancing act. Some modern stuff, but if you do stuff somewhat the old-fashioned way, we are not as dependent on
Thank you, Colin.
government and a bank account or this, that, or the other. A little bit kind of like what the Amish do. They do a lot of stuff the old-fashioned way, and they're completely self-reliant for the most part.
Yeah.
The Amish, yes, they are. But that has not been a way of life for us. So
Oh, for
we wouldn't even
not
know where to
since.
begin.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's one of those things that from my generation, probably in one or not since probably the World War II generation, I would say would be, or maybe even the generation before that would be the one, the last one or two that would the more self-reliant crowd.
Well, and that's what Pat was saying. The okay, so my grandmother grew up on a farm.
Mm-hmm.
Cotton, they grew everything that they needed
Sure.
as a family. They would sell some, and they had a little store, and they would sell some in there to
Yeah.
their neighbors. But so the scale that is talked about to feed a whole community, there's no possible way I can do that myself.
No,
So,
no, it would take the whole community. If everyone grew their own, planted their, if everyone in town or even half the town, say half the town decides, okay, we're going to plant gardens in half the town, and they're going to grow food. I think you get close to being what the town would need, but maybe not all of it. I think, if everyone that lived in the town, everybody grew their own stuff, I think you're more apt. That'd be about the only way to get enough food grown.
well, I can see, okay, retirement community. a lot of disabilities, not able
Sure.
to even walk. But then I've seen rescue build a chicken coop in a wheelchair.
Sure.
um, it. I think that there's some people who have just given up, and
Yeah.
um, I think that there's some that really don't have a way to do it, or maybe the energy to do it. And so that's where, um, like here, that's where I can appreciate the vegetable stands on the side of the road, the
Yep.
the farmers market that we have every weekend, the
Right.
the ranchers growing the beef, there's the people raising the animals, the chickens, the goats,
Sure.
cattle. Um, hey, chessboard, good to see you. I can see where the community, some people are able to produce a whole lot more than others. And,
Sure.
but the problem is, one thing I noticed today, because I had to put gas in my car,
Mhm.
and I don't know if anybody else is noticing it, but the gas is creeping up higher and higher. We're almost at
Yeah.
$3 a gallon now.
Oh
Ooh,
shit! I wish it was
Same
that
here.
cheap. Most
Same here.
places I've seen, I wish it was down to $3. Holy shit, that's cheap.
well, we were
Uh,
down to what was I paying? 2.49 that one
oh
time I
damn,
set it.
Some states
that's
just implemented new gas taxes today as well. I think Indy
And
said in
yeah.
Washington State they added a 70-cent gas tax today.
What was it? It was in around '99 into early 2000. Gas was still about dollar 50 a gallon in most parts of the country, or less, or more, depending on where you were at. But then as the 2000s started to march on, then you started seeing gas jump after like 9/11. Then you started really seeing prices went from like a dollar to
Red Tail,
uh,
good to see you.
$1.50, and then it jumps to like $3, $4, $5 a gallon. Now, thankfully, most of the places like where I live, it's only uh, about 3 to 3.50, 3.45.
Whoa.
Mm.
And I've seen some places here and there when I'm out traveling, a little bit cheaper. But yeah, between the prices increasing and inflation making stuff go even higher, besides just a normal price increasing, uh, like what you spend for $100 in groceries now versus 5 to 10 years ago, when you spend $100, you'd come out with a whole cart full. Now you're lucky if you get 10 or 15 items for $100, depending on what you get and where you shop.
And that's just it. It's the groceries. It's everything is going up. It's
Absolutely.
so um, the change in um, hands didn't seem to do what we were told it would do.
Well, no, because you got, and this is just my personal opinion. The way I see it is, you got, no matter which party you vote for, there's almost little to no results, uh, like you would hope to see, as you just mentioned. Why? Because they're both on the same team. Whether it's the team on the left, the team on the right, they're all same part of that big government bird who's only got one interest, maybe two: maintaining power and making themselves richer. Beyond that, they don't give a shit about anybody else. And then you throw things like inflation and all this other crazy stuff going on, because you know I don't know what the national debt is, what, 200-300 trillion at this point. You couldn't pay that off in 500 years if you had everyone paying their share.
I'm
trying to
still
pay it
getting
down.
notices from Trump to donate money.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, and then there's, with the whole donate money thing, you got to be careful. Is it a scam? Just people just saying they're going to do something with it and then just take your money because they want to take your money? Or is it something legitimate?
I'm not giving anymore, that's for sure. Don't have anything left to give, actually. And
I
my
was going to
kids
say,
aren't
most people.
awake.
Sorry, go ahead.
And my kids aren't awake, and I was buying silver for a while, and now my grandson's taking all that from me. So it's like, I've had calls about investing in silver and said, sorry, I'm broke. I don't have it. So I know
Right.
that silver and gold is somewhere in this play. Everything's going to be gold back, according to Trump. But
Well, the way I look at it, and I base some of what I'm about to say somewhat with Bible prophecy, because you always see these gold commercials that'll say, "Oh, gold has never been worth zero." You can buy gold and silver and hedge your inflation and yada yada yada. And they've been suppressing the gold market and the silver market to an extent, I think, for quite a few decades.
Hey, Rick.
Because I think with the amount of inflation we have, the prices should be a lot higher for those items. But I think at some point within the next 7 to 10 years, I'm thinking there's a good chance bottom will fall out with gold and silver. It'll be just so worthless. They're just going to toss it out in the street.
yeah,
What were you going to say, Miss Bonnie? I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
I was just saying hello to
Oh, okay.
and
well, I just find
Gotcha.
it interesting because I have some old dimes, Morgan dimes,
Sure.
and that was during the World War II,
Yeah.
1945. And here we are, we're looking at World War III,
Yeah. Well,
So,
I've got a book of a couple different books of pennies from around 1900 up through like 1950 and a couple different books. I don't have the whole complete penny set, but I've got most of them. I've got a few of the steel pennies. I didn't get lucky enough to find a copper penny from 43, but
but that's where I think it's going to get back to the bartering system.
yeah.
Well, we should. We definitely should. I don't think. I don't think we will anytime soon, unless we got some kind of major disaster that happens, like a solar flare or a random EMP or some volcano or some crazy disaster where everyone has to start relying on community rather than government. Then you'll start seeing that barter system come back and make a big surge, I think.
And so, is that what it takes? Just like George was saying, it takes a disaster to bring people together. So
yeah, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
Just a
Sorry,
minute.
go ahead. So I just want to say it shouldn't, but go ahead.
Well, crap. Now I can't remember.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off there. You were saying about a disaster causing.
George saying it takes a disaster to bring people together. So,
Right.
do we think that everything collapsing is going to be what it takes to bring people together to live those ways, or can we start it now so that we know what we're doing, we're prepared, and not in so much pain when it does happen?
Well, realistically, I think you'll see a few. You'll see a. Say what?
I'm telling Red Pill, I did see that video, and I'm not going to share it. Not any disrespect to you, just not going to share it.
Right. Well, so anyway, I think you'll see some pockets of people start now and start trying to do some of the stuff in preparation in case something crazy happens. But I think, unfortunately, like in the case of 9/11, it took that kind of disaster. It didn't last very long, unfortunately, and it could have continued to carry on and last for a while. People together
Pat,
aspect, but a few days a week, and then everybody went back to business as normal. It's all about me show. So I think, unfortunately, it will. I wish it wouldn't.
Pat,
Yeah.
could you mute until you speak? It, um, some of them with headphones on, the cicadas or whatever it is, I think is louder than it is to me. I mean, I hear it, but
Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. I could definitely hear the background, but
okay, Ricky.
what do you think, Watt?
I try not to think about it. What was the question?
Do you think it'll take a disaster for people to come together and start, working as a community and barter system, or do you think they'll start doing it beforehand?
Oh, if you're not already implementing it into your day-to-day life, then yeah, I mean, if you're not doing it day to day and you're just doing it whenever you feel like it, it's not something that you've adapted and made part of your life. It's just a hobby, whatever it may
Yeah,
be. Everybody's situation is different. I mean, my heart goes out to people that's, the elderly and that's done live their life and they're on fixed income. It's not like they can say, all right, well, I'm gonna work a little extra over this week and have a little overtime to get this. Their money's not going up, but yet everything that they need to serve the basic utensils is going up.
Yeah,
yeah,
I try to do what I can. I try to garden. A lot of the stuff that I make and do around the house is just from stuff that I've got for free. It just takes my time and effort and what knowledge I have about it to make it happen.
right.
Um, I try to
Yeah,
grow plants and give to other people. Stuff like that. It's a lot of stuff, but if a disaster, yeah, that can bring some people together, but ultimately, if you're not already doing it and preparing it on a day to day basis, when a disaster comes, you're going to be more lost than before. You know, because now you're having to
yeah,
figure out all this stuff. Now everything that you people could have been prepared for, you're trying to get it now. Everybody's trying to get it, which makes it harder.
you go into a
yeah.
panic, and
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that'd be a
the
huge panic
people
in most of it.
who have not been used to doing it or getting into their community, knowing people that um,
Yeah,
they could be the ones that would try to take from others. So,
yep.
um,
The ill prepared stealing from the prepared.
I definitely feel that working together is the way to do it. Um,
Absolutely.
I've seen a lot of people who don't trust anybody. I think that that's a bad place to be, personally.
Well, case in point, for the record, I definitely I don't trust anyone. Now there are a few exceptions, a few people that have proved me wrong over the years that I completely trust, but by and large, I don't. But like in the described question, I want to prepare. I just, with my work schedule and the lack of halfway decent pay, as much as I'd like to prepare and have done some studying and knowledge to prepare, I just don't have the means or the time.
Yeah, the apps are, there's some crazy stuff I've been hearing about the apps lately.
I was
The
out and
what?
about
What?
this weekend doing the Fourth of July thing, and I saw this mural that I had never seen before downtown, and it said "Make Time." And I said,
Mm-hmm.
"Wow," you know. And of course, it was one of those murals where each letter had like a different uh, shape or different thing in it. I didn't really so much focus on the individual images, but I said, Make time.
Yes,
So what app were you talking about, Bonnie?
just several. There's just several that are uh, connected to other things.
Oh, okay.
There's a country song about a father or I can't remember if it's the son that doesn't have time or the father that doesn't have time, and keeps
You're not
saying,
talking about "Don't Take
"Let's."
the Girl," are you? It's a song called "Don't Take the Girl," where a dad is raising the kid, and uh, uh, the child's friend, who's a girl, comes over, and then he's like, "Yeah, don't take her. I don't want to bring her." And then goes through
No,
the whole story as they both grow up or something.
yeah, no. This
No,
is
okay.
one of them asking the other one, "Hey, let's go fishing or let's go do this." And I don't have time right now, but we will. And it ends up the father gets
Huh.
old, and it
I don't.
then there's no more time, and
I'm not sure what that song is. I don't.
so
It
they
sounds kind of familiar, but uh,
yeah,
hmm, I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat can Google
I'm
some
on
of that information about the song and
I
figure it
know the
out.
song you're talking about.
There's one. There's one. It's I think it's Harry
it.
Chapin. Cats in the Cradle. A couple other people have covered it,
I saw that, but which one are you thinking of?
and then uh, there is a different country one where it starts off, "Hey, let's go grab some coffee."
There it is. Jen's got it.
What is it?
Get together
Yeah.
then.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
Get Together.
That's Cats in the Cradle.
when you coming home, son. I don't know when, but we'll
Yeah.
get
Yeah,
to it.
yeah. That
Yep.
sounds like Cats in the Cradle. That lyric
That's
sounds like
Cats.
Cats in the Cradle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Soon as dinner's ready. Soon as dinner is ready.
Johnny Cash covered it. Harry Chapin originally covered it. Cat Stevens.
And that says a lot. That song. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, music has a way of doing that.
Yeah.
in
Well,
2012 during Hurricane Sandy, some banks limited withdrawals to $20, no matter if you had 100,000 in the bank. So yes, they control your money.
that they do.
Yeah, for all debts, private and public.
Thank you, Red Pill. And I do go watch your videos, Ken. Thank you very much. Indy, good to see you.
Man, you got all the legends coming in. What's going on here?
I don't know.
I thought it
I'm
was
out playing
Taco
in traffic.
Tuesday.
No,
No,
Taco Tuesday's tomorrow. This is Manic Monday.
Man, any of y'all have some barbecue over the weekend?
Um, Not really. We made some burgers and hot dogs, pork steaks, but nothing.
That counts. That definitely counts.
Well, we
yeah,
usually barbecue it, so I
It's
guess
on the
technically
spectrum of
it's
barbecue.
barbecue.
Hey, Bonnie.
Excuse me.
who said my name?
Me.
Oh, yes, Molly.
Uh, Miss Bonnie, did you happen to see what the King of Country did?
King of Country.
Yeah. George Strait.
Oh, no, I did not.
He did the same thing like he did during the Harvey hurricane with this flooding. He $3.5 million, no cameras, no nothing. He stepped in and he went. It was in the part of the personally went and met with the people. He's meeting with the people that's lost loved ones. He's personally guaranteed them he's going to cover their funerals. He
Wow.
he was just there helping hand out food and everything else too to the rescuers and to the families
Yes.
and stuff. So
George
you
is
know,
he's a good
he's
man.
he's down to yeah. Well, when Harvey happened, he put on that free concert. Well,
Yes.
to raise money for
I thought,
them.
I mean, that's cool. That's cool that George did that. He's always been fairly level-headed. But I thought the King of Country was either Randy Travis or Toby Keith.
No,
It
No.
depends on what you like, I guess, or where you're from. But
Well, I
some
never had any one particular as a favorite. I just thought it. When you say King of Country, I don't think of whoever it was he just mentioned, George Strait. I don't necessarily picture him as the King of Country.
whoever it was.
even
He's
Garth Brooks. Even Garth Brooks has tipped his hat to
Well,
George Strait, but
yeah, I mean,
George Strait George Strait has had
Garth is
over George Strait has had over 50 number one hits, and he's shoot,
okay.
so many hits.
Congratulations, I guess. You want a cookie or something? I guess, but I don't like that. I don't necessarily have a favorite as far as who I think may or may not or shouldn't be King of Country. I just didn't picture it being George. If it is,
Okay. Well,
I don't know.
I'm just saying he's legit. He's a good
Yeah,
man.
okay. No, I
He'll
didn't say he wasn't good. I just didn't see him picture him as King of Country. But he's got good songs. He's a decent guy. I've got no problem with the guy.
I mean, I respect him. You know, whatever he's out there doing, I definitely respect it. You know,
he and his wife, they've lived tragedy. He lost his daughter to a drunk driver.
Yeah,
He'll sit at a campfire and talk to you just like you're anybody else. He'll
sure.
donate just like Monty's talking about, time, money.
Oh, you know what? I just had a thought.
He
It,
doesn't he
I,
doesn't do it for the limelight either.
No.
right. Well, no, and that's a good thing. Yeah, like I said, George Strait seems like a decent enough fella. I don't know a lot about him. But I know he's got songs that are fairly popular that I'm sure heard half a billion times on the radio. Uh,
Apple dumpling,
I,
are you okay?
I don't know. Maybe if you're going to say there's a king of country, I'd say maybe Bo Cephas. Maybe he was always pretty popular with some of his music.
Who?
Bo Cephas.
Bo Cephas.
Yeah, that real semi-famous country artist who wrote the intro to Dukes of Hazzard and other stuff.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, little guy named Hank Williams, or was it Junior? I don't remember senior or junior that was called Bo Cephas. I want to say senior. Could have been junior. I always get that mixed up because sometimes my brain goes dyslexic. But
I never heard him called that. Okay.
Hank Williams Jr. is Bo Cephas.
that's what I thought.
Waylon Jennings did the ballad for Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, see, that's that dyslexic shit kicking in because I've seen too many shows. But whatever. Banana, potato, same difference. Sometimes I get it mixed up, but
Yeah. It's all good.
Either way.
So Monty, you're
Yes.
the new one up here.
What? What'd I do?
Tag, you're it. Oh,
What's the old time way to you?
The old way, old time or old way.
Just how do you picture that going forward?
Checking on your neighbors,
Hey, Garrett.
especially the elderly. You you help more of your you help family, and you help anyone that's in need. Go back to almost basically the way that how my dad used to tell me how he used to do his schoolwork is by oil lamps. You know, I was like, no
Yes.
wonder. I was like, no wonder you can't see very well. He goes, well, that's probably it. Uh, you know,
Yeah. Yeah. Even the Bible tells us to keep our oil lamps full. Doesn't it say something?
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
some,
it's in the parable of the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins. Talks about keeping your oil lamps full. I'm pretty sure
yeah.
it's either there. There could be an Old Testament reference for that. I think possibly, but I'm pretty sure it's a New Testament reference. I'd have to look it up to be for sure. But
Yeah. So when you said king and country, I was kind of thinking possibly Johnny Cash. But I mean,
yeah, Johnny was.
on,
I'd say contender for that title.
but it depends on the year also because growing up and listening to what my mother was listening to, which Charlie Pride, um, Hank Williams Sr.,
Sure,
uh,
some of the country greats right there.
George Jones. Yeah,
Oh
a
yeah,
lot of those that, and
finally it's Friday.
then you had Willie Whalen,
Mhm.
Johnny. There's a bunch, but um, I don't know how long George Strait's been singing.
Long time.
1980.
1980, and yeah, he's just been a solid with me. Maybe because he's in Texas, not very far away. I don't know, but he's
I was gonna say I know up until the last 5 or 10 years, I know Randy Travis has been singing for quite a few number of decades.
yeah, he's one that I never could. Him and Conway Twitty. Well, I
Yeah,
could.
some Conway stuff was okay. I didn't mind. Um,
Oh, if you say that song, I'm gonna scream.
What? Hello, darling.
I'm not
Uh,
sure what song you're talking about, but if you tell me, I'll make sure to mention it just so you can scream once.
It's only make believe. Hello, darling. It's goodbye
No,
time.
but
hello,
it's
darling.
that one.
What one?
I don't even
The
know.
hello, the hello, darling, or a different one.
Hello, hello,
It's
darling.
okay.
Anyway,
Where are we?
uh,
I
on
yield.
a panel on the internet.
I lost my map. It blew out the window. I'm sorry. I
We're
had one
we're
job and I failed you, Bunny. I lost the map.
we're at Miss Bonnie's.
Right.
Nope, not that one. Just
Shake it up.
He sung a lot of them.
Well, I know that I really liked that Forever and Ever Amen from Randy Travis. That was a good song. I never listened to too many of Conway songs. I listened to a few of them here and there, but
The one that always got me was "That's My Job" by Conway.
and just his
uh,
eye,
what
his eyes
was
look.
it? Was it? Was it Conway that originally did the Take This Job and Shove It, or was that Johnny Paycheck.
Johnny
Wait,
Paycheck.
That's
who
what I
was the
thought.
other one y'all said besides Conway Twitty? Randy
Who,
Travis.
what? Randy
It,
Travis, yeah.
that's not the one. It's that, Dwight Yoakam. That one.
Oh, White
And
Yoker.
I never cared for him.
I never cared for him much either. I'd have to Google most of his songs to know if I even know any of them. I like
Even-
Kennedy Chesney. He's got a lot of good songs like Chattahoochee and stuff like that. Or
No,
Good Time.
that's Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
I don't know. They all look the same to me. Fuck Alan Jackson,
No.
Kenny Chesney, fucking whoever. They all look the same. Take them out of a cookie cutter and stamp them out.
She thinks
Change
my
your hair
trash
color
is
or mustache.
sexy.
I like that song. That's a funny song.
Yeah,
Although
pretty good.
if it's anything like Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, I'm pretty sure it's not about tractors. Anymore, it's hard. It's hard to keep some of the artists straight anymore. They all look the same.
I yield.
I'm with you. I yield. I give up.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of everything, Jerry. Rock, country.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I listen to a little bit of classical, rock, country, rap,
Yeah.
R&B a little bit, not too much. A little bit of soul with like little Barry White or something. You know, you're feeling a little freaky.
Today is the National Day of Rock and Roll. So if you like rock and roll, today is your day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I like different types of music depending on my mood, what I'm feeling, where I'm going.
I've got a playlist I was gonna try to do on YouTube that I had labeled as the ultimate Gen X / Zennial playlist. But for some reason with YouTube, after about 150 songs, it started to act kind of funny. It wouldn't load all the songs right away. So now I'm gonna have to transfer it over to like Spotify or something, where I can have the songs in what I would consider my personal preference, a proper order, so that they got a good flow to it. But on my channel, I'm pretty sure I made it public, but I've got a list of, I don't know, around 210 songs, everything from Green Day to Shania Twain, everything in between. I think I even threw Hotel California in there for shits and giggles. I'm pretty sure I had Jumpstart Your Heart from Motley Crue. Yeah, a little bit of everything.
So anyway,
Yeah, staying back to the old time stuff or whatever discussion.
back to one of the points that I was trying to make is
People are stupid.
no.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off.
And jumping to conclusions about people.
That's one of my favorite hobbies. Well, not anymore. I used to do it a bunch,
But I
mostly
think
because I was.
it would
bored.
surprise a lot of people. You know, you may see someone that is a non-believer and doesn't hide it, and may use symbolism that they don't agree with, but get to know that person before you make assumptions, because I know someone that um, people would be surprised at what he does do for his community,
Mhm.
including saving lives when necessary. So,
Well, I thought that was the point, though, is to get to know the people around you or the people in your community without judging a book by its cover, as the old saying goes.
yes, but that's what I'm saying is like, okay,
No, I understand what you're saying. I just thought I was, I guess, incorrectly assuming that most people would operate that way. That they would take time to get to know somebody first without judging the book by what it looks like.
strictly
Obviously, it's not the
speaking,
case. Not the case most of the time, but
good to see you. That's true. Well, like in my community, we have a lot of bars.
okay,
People like to drink, and
sure.
um, that's fine. But it's the same thing with anything else. If it comes to a point where you're causing harm to another, then that's when it draw the line, right?
That's how it should work. Unfortunately, a lot of times it doesn't. That just goes back to the golden rule: treat others how you want to be treated.
Exactly.
Well, it more that's the simplified version. The actual quote is, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Is how the actual scripture goes, um,
Yeah.
which goes right along with "you reap what you sow." Meaning, if you treat someone like a jerk and misjudge them and do all kinds of horrible things, uh, guess what's going to happen?
Karma.
Well, people call it karma, but it's really the biblical principle of reaping and sowing. If you treat people like crap, that same thing is going to come right back around and bite you in the ass, figuratively, sometimes literally. Uh,
I don't. Okay, so in what way do you mean me?
well, so
Because
let's just say, just as the example, you're in a situation and you treat someone like poorly. You treat them like complete trash. You judge them. You say all kinds of mean things. You walk off. And then you're having some problems or something. Could be a day later, could be a couple of weeks later, a couple of years later, whatever. You're in a situation little ways down the road, and you're stopping and asking for people for help, and then someone comes along and said, "Oh, you bum, treat you like trash and berate you up one side and down the other, just like you did the other guy, because you treated them like that, and you were sowing this poorly and in a way you shouldn't have, and you were sowing those seeds, and then down the road comes right back to you." And it's usually worse than what you did to the other person.
well, actually, I've seen it work in the reverse. Somebody checking out at a store could be having
Mm-hmm.
a really bad day, and they're grouchy and
Yeah.
as you men call it,
Well, and that's the thing. It could go either way. You could do like with what you're starting with your example.
can I finish?
With sure.
And but then you just walk up and say something nice to them. Hey, how are you doing? And or well, sometimes that's not a good idea either, because you'll get a whole life story of everything that's wrong. But
Right.
you say, I really hope you're having a good day, or just anything, something nice to that person, and they're going to stop
Sure.
and look at you like, whoa, because they've had all these other people who have been mean back to them. And
Right.
then come to find out they were in the emergency room all night with a, oh, I don't know, diverticulitis or horrific bladder
Sure.
infection, whatever. And, but they're at work because they got to make money in severe pain.
Yep. Yeah. No, that's the point though. It could be either way. Most people unfortunately choose the treating people badly method. There are some, as you were using in your example, that treat them nice. Say something nice, or they got to pay for their stuff, and you tap your card first to pay for their stuff, and then go on about your day.
Hey, Anthony, try to leave them with
Say,
a smile.
yeah,
No
no,
matter
absolutely.
what,
It's the same
unless
principle. What
they're
you,
trying to harm you, just try
yeah,
to leave them with a smile.
A
yeah, no,
compliment goes a
absolutely.
long way.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, yeah, absolutely. Something just is like, hey, that's a nice looking outfit, or that perfume smells nice. Something as simple as that could absolutely make someone's day.
yes.
But that's just the good side. Whether it's you treat them good or you treat them bad, it's still the same principle of reaping and sowing. If you treat people good and you try to leave a positive impression, which I've seen that a bunch. I've also seen it the other side that I started with, as the
Oh,
handful of people that don't treat them
that.
nice. But no
That's
matter
why.
which way it goes, you end up reaping what you sow. Whether you treat them good, you get good stuff coming back. If you treat them poorly, like they're beneath you, then you get that coming back to you, usually multiplied.
That's why they say the tongue is the strongest muscle in the body.
Absolutely. It can steer the ship, as it were.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
It, I'm
the,
reading comments, and then you said that, and I'm like, whoa.
It's well, it can
Shouldn't-
cut like a knife. I mean,
well,
Yes, it can. That's why they
it,
talk about the forked tongue.
yeah,
right. Well, there's the forked tongue, but also the power of life and death is in the tongue.
Okay, Pat.
Your words have power, so you have to be careful what you say.
Yes, uplifting people. And but I've seen that. I've seen that in the chats all the way across, is people lifting up each other.
Sure.
Um,
And that's a beautiful thing when you see, the people doing that in a good way for other people. It's really nice when you see that.
just for excuse me.
No, no, you're good. I can't see chat because I'm operating a motor vehicle with a hands-free headset, so
I'm
uh,
not
I'm
reading it.
missing out on the hilarity. I'm assuming it's chessboard is my assumption.
Oh, it's all of them. Men will be men, boys will be boys.
Squirrel. Oh, to put a movie reference.
Hey, what? How you doing?
Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better if you paid me to do so.
Did you finally recuperate from the cougars?
Yeah, man, it's that season, you know. You know what I mean? They're out, they're and about, you know. They're getting back to their old ways. So it's fitting with the theme and the times.
That's true too.
They're out and single, looking to mingle, huh?
Hmm. Yeah, it was it's pretty warm here today. We're supposed to get some rain, I think, the next couple of days. I think whatever tropical storm Chantel's doing up there in the Carolinas, this is probably gonna make its way down here some way.
Yeah.
I know they're calling up here in the upper Midwest where I live. They were calling for uh, rain or rain chances most of the next 7 to 10 days. Most of those days, 40% chance or better. I think last I saw.
Rabbit, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's good that y'all can get some rain and cool it off over there, maybe. Our high today was 80, 84, 86, something like that.
Yeah, I was up in. I know today up in Chicago, it was in the mid 80s.
Well, I'm at Georgia, where wildlife is. They've been having pretty hot temperatures.
Yeah, but with Georgia, it's usually the humidity that gets you more so than the temp.
Wildlife, are you seeing chat?
Yeah, I mean it's you know what I mean. Just stick out. If y'all could have dinner with anybody in the world, living or no longer with us, who would it be?
Dinner with anybody, living or dead?
Anybody in the world. It could be someone that's alive or someone that's passed. You know,
You
within
know,
reason, but I don't know.
I've been
Just
asked
something
that
that came to my
question.
mind.
That's
If
a
you
good question. Sorry, go ahead, Miss Bonnie. What were you going to say?
did you say if you could be somebody else?
No, if you
No,
could
no,
have dinner with one person, past or
Ten.
present.
living or dead. Who would it be? I actually
Uh,
have an answer for that. Were you going to say something first, Miss Bonnie?
nope, not answering that question. Sorry.
All right.
I'll answer it because I've been asked that question before. For me, it's a
That's
pretty
your
easy
one
answer.
skip for tonight. Just so everybody's aware. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're good.
I'll
Uh,
answer it. My mom and dad.
that's a good one. I'd almost chose since my mom passed a few years back.
Definitely feel it.
I would almost pick that. That my mom would be my backup choice, but my primary choice uh, would be Jesus. If I could have dinner with anybody, because I got questions. So I would pick him, have dinner, and ask questions.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, sure, it'd be good to see mom again and have a dinner. That'd be great. But yeah, I would definitely, for me, it's a fairly straightforward, simple choice. I'd pick Jesus because I got questions.
Yeah. It's
New
tough.
York
It's tough to
City.
narrow it down to one person, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially
Because there's a
the
lot of
longer
good
you live your
choices.
lives, the more people that's, impacted
Yeah,
it some way.
yeah. I mean, I could make a list of 5 or 6 different choices, but
Hmm. Strictly Cycling's in New York City. Said it was a beautiful day.
Nice.
when when you said New York City, I immediately thought of that salsa commercial. I said, "Where'd you get your salsa from?" New York City. I think it was that Pace salsa
Pay
commercial.
Yeah.
does not
Yeah,
come
Pace.
from New York City.
Right. I think it was the Pace kind of
It's
salsa or whatever.
New
Yep.
Jersey.
What about this question? If you could know the answer to any question that you want answered, but only one question, what would it be?
Ooh. So I
you
could
could
ask
ask
any
one question,
question.
if you could know the answer to one question that you wanted to know truthfully, what would it be?
Man, that's a tough question.
One question?
Yep,
Just one.
and you'd get the answer
And you're gonna get an
to that
honest
one
answer.
question.
When I was 3 years old, my dad accidentally ran over me because I ran in front of the truck, 4-wheel drive.
Oh my goodness.
Listen, hang on. But my brother and his friend ran behind it. We was trying to beat each other to the mailbox, right? Out in the country. Dad dropped us off. He didn't see me.
Hey,
I was three.
Virginia.
I was 3 years old. I darted off in front. He didn't see me. Pulled forward. When I remember looking at the bumper, I seen the headlight. But when he stopped, I was underneath. Most of my body was underneath the cab. He opened up the door and picked me up by my. I was wearing little bibs, overalls. He picked me up by the straps. My arm was broken, but my head was out past the cab, right? My question
Mhm.
is, how did the driver's front tire miss my head?
My
Waiting
That's
your
my
goodness.
time.
question. Something.
The best hadn't happened yet. It wasn't your time.
I think the one question I want answer to, and they
Have
would
fun.
answer it, truthfully. I, I would ask them, ask the question, uh, what's my purpose for being here? Because that's always bugged me. When someone will say, "Oh yeah, I know what my purpose for being here is. I'm supposed to do X." I'm like, yeah, that must be nice. That would probably be my one question. Something I want the answer to. I'll probably never get the answer to, but it is what it is.
It's in the Bible.
It is, and to an extent, it's to serve the Lord. But I mean, there's a specific reason why He allowed me to be here and still be here. There's some kind of plan. I'd like to know what that is, but sadly, I've not been given that answer.
This
Ooh,
point
there's
in my
Baby.
life, I don't
Quick,
even
give
fear
me a
dying.
gun.
I fear not being able to live.
Yes.
Now, what in the Sam hell?
Absolutely, Lotla. Jen, mine would be the same. Why?
Why what?
Do I have to put in detail why?
No, that's your question. You can word it in there whichever phrase you need to. I don't know. It'd be tough if I had to ask one question. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know what that one question would be.
Damn it. Really hoping there'd be just some more spots open up here, but
Oh, just
Big hugs, Miss Bonnie. Big hugs.
thank you. And how? Yep, Jerry.
Anybody going to San Antonio?
What about if they made a movie? What about if somebody came to you and said, "Hey, we've been following you on these
man,
YouTubes, these panel verses, and we just find your story just fascinating, and we want to make a movie about your life. But you get to pick who plays you in the movie. Who would you have playing you in your movie?"
Oh my goodness.
Where are you
Oh
coming up with
no, I'm
these
just
questions?
asking random questions. I'm just spitballing them here.
Who do I
So
want to narrate? Oh, sorry.
has to be somebody living, of course.
Well, for this theoretical question, it doesn't have to be, but of course, if it was, it would be. But
I know who I want to narrate my life.
Hey, Cam.
Morgan
Strictly,
Freeman.
yeah, a lot of people say that.
strictly cycling. Um, have do you believe that FEMA does their job well? Just curious.
Uh, the answer to that for everyone else in the class, no. At least I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think I'm
Thank you,
going to circle back around this rest area and hit that first slot or two.
Dave Chappelle.
there you go.
Yeah, I
Oh,
kind of agree with the Morgan Freeman one, but
Chuck
Chuck
Norris.
Norris, you damn right.
are we talking about playing you or narrating your life?
Playing you. Who would you
Oh,
want to play your character?
to play me, um, I'd say either Matthew McConaughey or
I can see
Keanu
that.
Reeves. One of those, Keanu or McConaughey. One of those two. I will either one.
I can
Would be
visualize that.
See, and the first person that popped to my mind, and nobody
Oh, that's
likes,
blocking the driveway.
is
Shit.
Sandra Bullock.
There you go.
I think she would get it.
I think she could play a good bunny.
Damn it! I was gonna try to park it. That blocked the driveway, and I didn't see that sign. Damn it! Now I got to drive up the road.
Wait, where? Okay, Anthony, Rodney Dangerfield. That's
Oh,
great.
that'd be funny.
And wait, Chat's jumping.
Get no respect. I tell you, no respect. Get home
John,
from work, my wife tells me to make her a sandwich.
I don't think I know who John Wick is.
It's
That's That's the Keanu Reeves. He's the actor. Keanu Reeves is the actor who played John Wick.
Oh,
a movie series.
I'm gonna back this thing up a little bit.
Let's see. I had to pick somebody to play me.
doesn't
So I
mean
can
it
make
should
room
be.
to get out.
I don't know. A lot of times I go out in public and people get me and Jason Momoa confused. So I might have to get him
I
to play
find that
me.
hard to. I find that hard to believe, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you're right.
Yeah, I mean it happens, dude.
Cheryl
Yeah.
said, "Give me Ted." That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Yeah.
they don't figure out the autograph I gave them. Said what life?
Right.
Chessboards.
A little bit more back, but not too far back. So I want to make sure they got room to get out.
It's just
There we
greed,
go.
you know.
Oh,
It's always one more. It's you know. It's never enough, you know. They get too comfortable with their lifestyles, you know. They don't want to give up all the nice things they have, you know.
all at once. Selma Hayek or Julia Roberts.
I could see that.
Juliette Lewis or something.
I could see that. Yeah.
Get rid of those.
I guess I was corrupted your thing. Hey, Lauren.
Uh,
Wait, Sean Connery.
I agree with you, Huck. That's another good one besides Morgan Freeman.
who's that?
Sean Connery.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Who played Doc Holliday?
Val Kilmer.
I'm
Well,
surprised you didn't say him.
well, in in the 1994 version of Tombstone, yes.
It's too obvious, you know. He would assume we would all thought he would have said that.
But just look at him.
You know what I mean?
I'm joking.
No, you're not.
Oh, would you look at that? Just look at it. Oh, it's so precious.
I'm your Daisy.
Oh,
Well, I see. Well, darling, I see he's Ringo's an educated man as well.
Kurt Russell, yeah, I could see that.
Where's Wyatt? Oh, if I'm assuming he's down there walking on water.
It's almost like we have socialism. We do. Whether
You know, you know where the largest rose bush in the world is?
Uh, you said this once. Wow.
I have said this one before. This is a test, actually.
It's not Tombstone, but it's in Arizona
It is Tombstone.
or it's somewhere in there. I remember you sending
Tombstone,
the.
Arizona, the world's largest rose bush. It's
isn't that
massive.
in the desert?
If I ever make it out that way one day, I'm gonna check it out.
I've been out that way, but not Tombstone.
Kiss off.
Mesa, Phoenix. And when I went to Phoenix in 2007, there was 4 million people just
Phoenix.
just alone. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I
Na-
bet. Yeah.
and now it's probably doubled. I don't
Furthest
know.
west I've been was Las Vegas, allegedly.
I got you beat. Furthest west I've been is Burns, Oregon.
Is where?
Burns, Oregon. It's eastern part of the Oregon Highlands.
I don't believe in it.
Is that where the chef from the Muppets is from?
Uh, no, that's Sweden, I think, or somewhere over there.
Well, what you just was saying was it's
I
Swedish.
said Burns, no, I said Burns, Oregon. It's over near like you know where like Portland and Crater Lake National Park is.
Oh well, I thought you said it
So
was the way you said it. It sounded like a Swedish town. That's why I said
how
that.
no, me saying Burns, 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 like you burn something.
Yeah, I hear you
I don't
now.
know how. I don't know how you heard Swedish, but oh, okay, sure, we'll go with that.
You said it
Hey,
sounded like a Swedish name, Swedish town.
No, it's a super small, tiny town in Eastern Oregon State. About
nice.
an
Nice.
hour or two from Crater Lake ish.
Okay. This comment right here. I y'all know me. I can't help it. I gotta. Sorry. So this Ma'am Danny or whatever, however you say his name, I have
Oh,
been hearing a lot of New Yorkers saying, so what's happening is New York is struggling, New York City, because so many people have moved out. and whatever he's trying to bring in is going to make more people move out. So the cost of everything for y'all in New York City is going to go up even more. So I'm just saying, this is what I've heard about him, and I don't know if that's such a good thing. My thing is, I'm for less government telling us how we can live.
Well, the guy that they were mentioning in the comment, if I'm not mistaken, is a communist. If I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, all. Good evening.
Yes.
Let's see. Hopefully this will work.
Don't we
I'm gonna
all
send
just
an
don't we all just love communists? Isn't it perfect utopia for everyone? Yeah.
Yes, comrade.
hmm
No, thank you.
Me too. Not
Hey, Bob, what's up?
much. Well, I mentioning communism. I was thinking opening a summer resort, beachfront resort in beautiful, fabulous North Korea. Yeah, yeah. What do you think about that? Gourmet meals of rice and insects every day. Yeah.
Who would want to move to North Korea?
There you go. That's communism for you. hmm
I want to meet Kim Jong Un, Kim Jong Un, whatever his name is. Rocket Man. Rocket Man.
Yeah. How do
And
you like his haircut? Ain't that freaking styling, man? Yeah.
his sister has the same haircut.
God.
Ooh, Raquel Welch. Oh, mm.
Go, Meat Puppet. Thank you for coming up, Meat Puppet.
Nothing like nothing like bugs and commies. Boy.
Oh boy.
Do you ever see an interview with that North Korean lady defector? And North Korea has been intentionally starved for several generations in a row, and they're like 5 inches shorter than South Koreans. It's actually changed their DNA because
Yeah,
of communist starvation. Yeah, that young lady lays it all right out there,
I've
and
seen her where she was,
wow,
how she walked across the desert to get to, was it Russia?
yeah, quite a journey. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a long
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah, she was sold into slavery and into China, and then she went from there. Man,
yeah.
Ooh.
And she finally got a good person that bought her, I guess,
hmm
and
yeah,
brought her to the States, and she's doing amazing.
hmm
But she goes around and tells her story. She has seen it all, cannibalism,
yes,
everything.
yes, everything. That's communism.
Yeah,
She said the worst time of the year was the springtime because there was no food. Is all and they had to spend all of their time planting crops by hand, and all of the food that had been stored for the winter is gone. So not unusual to see family members just drop. And
yes, yeah.
yeah.
That that's when you really look at how well we have it. We can complain about the prices, we can complain about the government, we can complain about whatever, but what really matters is we don't even realize how good we have it.
Is that
Yeah,
the
Virginia.
South
That Virginia Roots, yeah, that's the one who was on Rogan
Sean
show.
Rock?
She was, yeah, Sean Ryan.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah.
that. That was
Mhm.
good.
Wow, man.
How she talked about how the Chinese propaganda and everything else. Yeah, just
Yep.
the whole interview. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Cruising Carpenters. Wow, Al.
Yeah, I've been abroad enough to know that we got it pretty good here. We got
Yeah.
it pretty good, but
Hey, Carpenter B.
Yeah. Well, just looking down at Mexico and seeing those people, you want to talk 15-minute cities, they're not allowed to leave their community, period. It's surrounded by soldiers, I guess you could call them. And they're only allowed to do what they say they can do.
mhm.
And that's just right across the river.
Yeah, I've been to some raunchy places in this world.
Hey, savagely. Good to see you. And is Mexico considered a third world country?
I believe so. It's a developing country, yeah.
Huh.
The first world is U.S., Canada, and I think Mexico is really coming up close because there's enough manufacturing jobs there to keep people working at least. And
Yeah.
second world is Western Europe. Developing nations are Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia and South Central Asia.
Okay. I noticed you didn't say England,
No, it's
Britain.
I've been there several times, and they don't live anywhere nearly as well as we do. They're the second world,
Mm,
clearly. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought they were all
No,
uppity.
it's not. The only way I would live in England is in the English countryside, and if it's so complicated over there because they live in these ancient houses that are hundreds and hundreds of years old, and their government doesn't allow them to modify them to put in like they only a limited amount of like a tiny hot water heater, and
Yeah.
your laundry room is in your kitchen because you can't run pipes through the walls or underneath the building. Um, they do have most houses in England have a sunroom built onto the back of the house, but not on the front. You know, government restriction is crazy there, and same with their taxes. God,
Yes.
France and England they make a good wage, but by the time they get their paycheck, the only way they can get people to get to work every day is the company will lend them a car. You get that? They're paid so little that they
Yeah.
cannot afford to own their own cars. And that's most of Western Europe is like that. France, England,
Is
all that.
UK
That's crazy.
in that? Because I know that they have it bad. They
Well,
even
UK,
they even have where you can go to jail if you don't report your neighbor for using too much electricity or
yeah,
whatever.
England is
Well,
UK.
yeah,
I know England has the whole TV license thing where you have
yep,
to pay for a license to watch TV. If you don't, you could be fined or jailed.
that is correct. Mhm.
Wow.
Although I don't know
Oh,
if it's true,
oh,
but I did hear apparently that most people in Paris don't drive; they just take public transportation.
That's correct.
Also in England, if you happen to share anything on internet that's not true, you go to jail.
Yeah, yeah, they were trying to deport handfuls of Americans over to England for shit we said on the internet. Uh, and we basically told them to pound sand, to put it politely.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, you said something bad, but we over here in England we don't like it, and we're going to deport you and send you to jail." Like, yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. If you go to Spain and Italy,
Hmm.
you're not allowed to modify your home. And I've even seen inside of private homes where there's scaffolding built to hold the building together, but the government won't give them a permit to do repairs on their own homes. No joke.
That makes no sense, but
No, don't. It don't make any sense. Yeah.
I had to make a phone call. That's why I had stepped away for a minute.
Spain sounds like a HOA. I don't want prepping advice from 101. Nothing personal.
Mm-hmm. Well, here I am. I'm going to retire in the Philippines, and it's considered a developing country, third world, but I've seen that country progress leaps and bounds in the last 20 years, man.
Well, I know there's some countries. I don't know if it applies to the Philippines, but like I know in Thailand, I had a buddy who wanted to go to Thailand for a while, so he went over there for like a year,
Mm-hmm.
somewhere near Bangkok or somewhere, and he was able to do remote work, remote work from home or wherever he happened to be. So he had his paycheck set up for direct deposit, and the conversion rate over there with American money to their currency was so great. He was a salary over here that we would struggle with over there was living like a king over there.
That's a fact. Philippines has even got a better exchange rate.
I was wondering if they did or not.
Yeah, last I knew it was like 55 pesos to the dollar. Just give you a real world example is like a pack of Marlboro Reds over there is 25 cents. A can of beer in 7-Eleven is about 40 cents on the dollar.
Well, Prepper saying 53-1 in the Philippines.
It's 53 now. Yeah, it does fluctuate. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
if you could do like remote work or something online, you could probably live super well over there.
Yeah, I've got a pension and Social Security coming up, and that's plenty. That's plenty. But one of the big reasons why I'm going there is because that's the only family I've got is my wife's family. I don't have
Sure.
family here in the United States. I really got nobody, So
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard good things about Costa Rica, Jerry. Yep. Yeah, if you're in the Philippines and if you got about $1,000 income, you're solid, man. You're gonna be living pretty damn good. $1,000 a month. Yeah, you're gonna be living good.
How is Puerto Rico looking?
I haven't been there.
I don't know.
And is it big?
No, it's an island.
So there's several different cities on the island.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was told by a person that went there on vacation that they got a lot of extension cords running everywhere, hooked up into each other.
Wow.
had problem with Puerto Rico and Cuba is that it's right there in the what do you call it, the storm belt. Every hurricane that comes in hits Puerto Rico and Cuba.
Corrupt
Well,
government.
Puerto Rico, if my geography is right, I believe is pretty close to the Bermuda Triangle, isn't it?
Yeah, there is a benefit though. It is a U.S. territory, so
Right.
you know it's a bit different than the U.S. as far as the constitutional rights and things. But it's a pretty good place, I guess. But it's that damn hurricanes thing that keeps me out of there.
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Right, a chessboard. Yeah, here's how. In the Philippines, I alone cannot own a home. I can get a condo or an apartment, but I'm married to a Philippine national. So the house and the property is half mine and half hers. If she passes away early, I get it all. And same with her. She gets it. And that's the only way you can really own land, but it's expensive to get that done. You have to take it through the courts and all that. You've got to hire an attorney and take it through the courts, but it can be done, but you've got to be married to a Philippine national. My wife's got dual citizenship, so.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that've been doing the whole passport bureau thing where they go over, find an Asian or Filipino wife,
Sure.
and then just stay over there and don't come back.
Many do. Yeah, many do. The only reason why I'm not there right now is because my wife's still working.
Sure, makes sense.
In a couple years when she retires and we're out of here.
There you go.
Is it a problem, Al?
Yeah, we've got all the nieces and one nephew and all the nieces have been through university, but we got two left to send them through university. And we paid for it. I have no heartburn with that at all, because I know the system over there and I know the country to know that if you don't have a college degree of some kind, you're not even going to be able to get a job. Period. End of statement. So I'm more than happy to make the sacrifice to get the young ladies educated.
Sure.
I'll be right back. Excuse
Okay.
me.
Yeah, and with their system of gratitude, I know that if my wife and I, when we go over there and retire, if we get in any kind of trouble, they will help. The ladies, the nieces will all help, because it's pay back the gratitude that we educated them all, and provide for their needs here and there, and they pay back without even a complaint at all. This is the way it is.
Well, yeah, because they have the culture's set up to more respect to the elders, kind of like Japan. They're really big on respecting the elders, and
that is a fact. That is an
that kind of
absolute
thing.
fact. Mm-hmm. I think I've mentioned to you guys before, one time or another, that I've been going there for over 20 years, and as soon as I got a full head of gray hair, that's when I get to sit at the table with the old folks. They don't even have to stand up to get anything. The kids, the grandkids, bring them everything they need without question. It's just kind of mind blowing when you first time you go to Asia.
Oh yeah, it sounds like it would be.
Yeah, it is. It's quite different, Yeah, see, prepper, that's an expectation here. As soon as you quit drawing in a paycheck, they want to throw you in a human warehouse and forget about you. It's not like that in Asia. You will, like, we've got our own house over there, and I can expect at least one of my wife's cousins or nieces or somebody in the family will permanently live with us and take care of our needs. That's just the way it is.
I leave and y'all get quiet.
No. Well, we were talking about you when you were gone, Bonnie.
Oh, okay. So,
We just had to stop early enough so you weren't suspicious. That's all.
Yep.
so is it worth it to work yourself to death, which is what they used to do, to live back in the old ways? And that's where I see it taking a community.
Teresa Buchanan, no, my kids are not going over there. They're staying here. I got 2 American kids and 2 Filipino kids. They're all staying here. We can count on them to help us out too. Yeah. Is it worth it to rephrase that, Bonnie?
To work yourself to death. What was the life expectancy back in old times? And but okay, I won't go back that far, because we still do have electricity, we still do have running water, we still have those things. So I guess it would be depression times.
I don't want to go back into the times of the Great Depression. My parents lived through it. No, thank you. I don't want to do that.
My grandma lived through that. No, thank you.
No,
Living in
thank you.
tent, living in tent in southwestern or southeastern Kansas.
Uh-huh.
In a tent in the wintertime next to railroad tracks.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
no
Huh?
shoes.
That's correct. That's how my folks grew up.
They occasionally got a hog or a rabbit every once in a while if their uncle happened to get that.
Yep.
But other than that, he always made sure to get them at least a crate of oranges so they wouldn't get scurvy.
Yeah. Go fishing every day out of necessity. Because if you don't, yeah, my folks told me stories, so do my grandparents, but my my dad grew up, he was born in Iowa, and then um, they moved to Montana because my grandmother's father had a land grant of several thousand acres in Montana. So he tried homesteading out there. They
Mm-hmm.
lived there after they got married. They lived there for a few years. And then um, my grandparents, including my dad, I got a picture in my photo album of them standing next to an open buggy wagon. They their family, my grandma, grandpa, 3 kids, went from Montana to out here to Seattle area, and it took them 2 years. They shared the ride with another family, the McDonald family, and they all traveled together. And the only way you could travel back then, man, is you know, it was all horse-drawn wagon, and you stop somewhere and get a job cutting firewood for somebody, or picking apples, or anything, any kind of work you could get. And it took them 2 years to get from Montana out here, working every place that they possibly could, common labor jobs, farm labor, all that. And when they came to this area here in Western Washington, they were living in a tent. That's all they had. They finally managed to later on get a Model A Ford and all that. And did you imagine that? 2 years. You as soon as the crops run out in this state, you've got to get back on that horse-drawn wagon and keep going west. I would not trade that for what I've got now. No, thank you.
See, and that's, my grandmother lived through the Depression, and um, she didn't talk like it was that bad.
Hmm.
They, they, I mean, she rode a horse to school, barefooted a lot, um, clothes made out of,
Flour sacks.
yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And, but she didn't look at it as bad. They were cotton farmers. They, they grew everything they needed. Um, hmm. And so the way I look at it, I don't, I don't see why anyone would have to live in a tent. It, if you look at all the free pallets you can get, or um, we know how to build homes out of dirt. Just fill sacks with dirt. It, Cheeto bags. I think I heard that the other
Yep.
night.
Cheeto sandbags. Hell yes. That's my bunker. Yep. End of the world. Cases of Bud Light and Cheeto sandbags. Yep.
Nice.
And I mean, I think most of us know sort of how to put a house together. Um, a roof might be a little hard for me, but I don't, I don't know. I can't see why somebody would need to live in a tent.
Because they were on the move.
Oh, okay.
Like I
Okay.
said, they had to move from a homestead in Montana to find work. That was just the way it was,
Yeah.
and they didn't. Yeah,
That's
And
when the big time hobo movement started too.
yeah. Well, I could see in Montana, it's
Because
not very
his
populated.
his fathers, some fathers couldn't provide for the family, so they was on the go, moving from train to train,
yep,
from stop to stop, and then some of them did that just to go from migratory workers
correct.
working from field to field.
It's where you got that nickname, a hobo. That was a young man with carrying a garden hoe, ready to go work any crops or any fields that he could find. Yep.
Yeah. Hmm.
Merle Haggard's father was like that.
Mm-hmm.
See, I don't. I'm sure people had to live that way. Um,
My grandma, when she passed in 2011, 2012, she's 102 years old. She was born in 1909, and she still had 1960s style shoes that she wore because that's how she was. She, no matter it, how tight they was on her feet or anything, you know what I'm saying? She couldn't do the new stuff. She couldn't do with new shoes, new dresses, or anything. And my grandpa, her husband, was the opposite. He, after he got his filling station going and everything else, he was out buying all the new fishing stuff, the new vehicles. There's pictures of a lot of his vehicles, trucks, cars, and I'm like, holy cow! I was like, Grandpa owned that, and Mom's like, yeah, and I'm like, too bad he didn't keep them. Those are antique, those muscle cars, antiques, everything. Oh, just
hmm.
it's strange.
Well, I'll have you know, though, my grandparents knew Donald Trump. Donald Trump and I are pretty tight. We are.
Really?
That'll get somebody in the chat stirred up.
Hmm.
To answer your question again there, Bonnie, trade the depression days for now? No, absolutely not.
Well, I mean, no, not willingly, but it just seems like we're being pushed to that. So, um, are we adaptable enough to do that? Do we have the strength that they had back then, and the determination and the drive to adapt and survive?
I
Not as
do.
much as they had. It was a lot different then,
Yeah.
We weren't. Of course, we weren't as advanced. We didn't have as many comforts as we had now.
Hmm.
A lot of people lost everything, but not justifying it. But there wasn't much to lose. You're constantly having to pack up and track around town. But you just to think if something of that magnitude happened now. I mean, the people that just freak out when they can't find their phone charger. You know what I mean? They go
Uh-huh.
absolutely nuts when they can't find when their app ain't working. And just to think if something like that happened now, uh, man, I hope it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I know there's people out there doing the thing, we're doing the thing, stuff like that. But just as a society, you think about it was only less than 100 years ago. But man, think about how much has changed so much as a society since then.
That's a fact.
Bob definitely said, definitely got someone in the chat talking about it.
Yeah, I
I
went
figured, I
went
figured,
golfing with Donald Trump last weekend. We had a great time.
I figured he'd be the one that took the bait.
We had a great time talking about all the poor people and national defense. Oh, what else can I just stir in the pot a little bit here, guys. That's all. Just stir in the pot.
At
Stir in
least
the
you're
pot.
good for a pardon.
Yeah, yeah. Pardon myself. Yeah.
Hmm.
Topic was taking over Canada. Take over and occupy Canada was our last golf game together.
There goes 51st. I can already hear the steam coming out of his ears.
We
I
don't.
like him. I like this guy, Bob. I wanted to call the bill the Big Bob bill, but they said no. That's too much, Mr. President. Call it the Big Beautiful Bill. Bob knows it's about him, though.
I know it's about me. I signed into it. Yep, I did.
If I had an evil twin, his name would be Bob, spelled backwards.
I do have an evil twin. Yeah, I do. But just kind of keep that on the down low. Only the CIA knows about that. Yeah.
We don't need Canada. I just saw where. Um, what was the other one that he was saying he wanted? Greenland? No. Was it Greenland?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they said nope.
Yeah. The people in Greenland went, "What the hell is he talking about? He's trolling."
Yeah.
Even when he did that 51st state of Canada, he's trolling, man. The guy's an internet troll, man.
Yep.
Make Alberta great again. Doc B.
Oh, speaking of trolling,
Starts at 12. So all nighter hugs. Okay, kiss off. I don't know what you're talking about, but be careful. Love you.
I don't know what she's talking about either.
Oh, really?
Surely there's not an all night bingo.
There ain't no telling. I don't know what time they close.
Strictly cycling. What president hasn't? What husband hasn't? Oh, I shouldn't say that. Me personally.
Now I gotta look at the question.
Sorry.
Doesn't count for me. I've never been a husband. Not in this lifetime, at least.
No, I'm glad I'm married. I got a good one. I got a good little lady.
Bingo.
B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, and bingo is his name.
Have fun, kiss off. Good luck.
Win big, kiss off. Take no prisoners.
Strictly cycling. Answering for myself only up here. I don't trust any government. Just saying. I don't care which side of the aisle it's on.
Come on, Bonnie.
I'm sorry, but I
Come on,
think
Bonnie.
we're all being played.
Soon, in my own mind anyway, I will become Emperor Bob, Emperor of the planet Earth, and everything's going to be okay.
Prepper 101.
Uh,
Yes, TDS is real.
Yeah.
just trying to hit I-69. Bingo.
Yeah. Right, right now I'm just working on Texas. I mean, that's as far as I can go up.
I'll tell you what. Okay, guys, here's my plan. I'm going to be Emperor of the world, and the Vice Emperor is going to be who will it be? Black Watch. Black Watch will be the Vice Emperor of the world.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
There we go.
Thank you, Prepper 101. They need it.
I'm in the market for a real heavy duty paper shredder here. Cardboard paper shredder for compost. Let's take a look on Amazon. Oh Lord.
Card.
Big old. Yeah, cardboard. 15 amp garden corded electric chipper. Oh, that's not a paper shredder thing though. Crosscut home and office paper shredder, $99. 24 sheets. Oh, oh, here's a high dollar. Heavy duty paper shredder, 24 sheet crosscut shred, 40 minimum continuous running time commercial grade shredder for office, 9-gallon big basket, $269 US. Wow. That's what I use for fertilizing my yard is paper and cardboard. Yeah. Prepper 101. I bought my mother-in-law a wood chipper. Oh my god. I'll just dance around that one. I'll think about that one for a while. All right, I'm at your channel right now, Prepper 101. Just connected with you right there. So, okay. Just left you a comment. Okay, there we go.
I agree, Prepper 101. Kind of freaks me out when they get quiet, too.
Yeah, they're scheming, they're plotting.
Meat puppets worrying me.
Mm-mm.
He's, well, that's not unusual. So, Wildlife, I guess you were asking better questions than I was. Go back to that.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Um,
Excuse me.
Well, we've got
if you could
almost.
have,
Well, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Oh, nothing. Go ahead.
I think I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh man.
Um,
Wildlife wouldn't do that. Or would he?
Why do you have to down talk my Messiah? Oh boy, that's getting deep right there. Okay. Come on now. Donald Trump and I are golfing buddies. Take it easy on the Don.
Hmm. But we accept all views and opinions.
I'm just looking out the door and almost a full moon here and just watching hundreds of dragonflies zipping around. It's wonderful, man. These
Cool.
guys eat all the darn mosquitoes, you know.
Yeah. The sun came out today. Still have some big clouds. It's really weird. I was going to share a picture with y'all. Excuse me. Even so, you know how usually when you go look at your radar, it shows green where it's raining, or it can be yellow or red, or if it's storming. And this whole time, it's just been gray. Just gray.
Well,
Aw, lost wildlife.
uh-oh.
And I just thought that was weird. I've never seen my radar look like that. Just gray. I don't know.
Everyone.
Micro cut, huh? Let's see what micro cut looks like.
Hey, Cynthia.
Something with the sun right now. Messing with the radar. Hey, Cindy, good to see you. Yeah. Been hearing there's something with the sun right now. Tilt of the earth. All kinds of weird things. Uh-oh. You okay? What?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what happened. Ain't no telling.
The cougar. The cougar. Hmm. So it's almost a full moon, so that explains Manic Monday. Just another Monday.
Tell me
Explains.
why. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I gotta shoot. Ooh.
Wasn't it Mamas and the Papas that sang only hang on.
The whole day down. There we go. There it is.
Didn't Mamas and Papas sing something about Monday?
Maybe.
Or was that Sunday?
Yeah, let's see. Who did that? Who did that song? I don't like Mondays. The Boomtown Rats. I don't like Mondays. Yeah.
Garfield. Garfield loved lasagna, but he hated Mondays. Yeah, Monday. That's another one I was thinking of. Thanks, Roots. Blue Butterfly.
Inside your head. Overload. Oh, that's an old song. I remember that. Oh, I like it. I'm putting it on my music playlist. uh, yeah.
Sorry, gajillion messages.
I didn't do it.
Okay. Boomtown Rats. Let's go ahead.
Yeah.
Take a look at this.
Excuse me. I even checked in safe on Facebook and they're still texting me. Are you safe? Yes, I'm safe.
Nope. Okay. On my playlist. That's an old song from way back.
What's that?
The Boomtown Rats. Tell me why I don't like Mondays. I want to shoot. Ooh. The whole day down. Yeah. Remember that song?
No.
Really?
Maybe I'm.
Bonnie? Really?
Okay, repeat it.
I don't like Mondays by the Boomtown Rats. Early
I
80s. Early 80s. Mhm.
I just don't remember that one.
Bonnie.
Hang on. I think Blackwatch has another account and it's called Strictly Cycling.
Gotta be. Got to be. Yeah, it's all. This dude's got Donald Trump on his mind so bad. He's where
And y'all are
Where are you tonight? Why did you leave me here all alone? I searched the world over and I found true love. We met another and you were gone.
Oh boy, I don't know.
Sorry, I had to. ADD.
I get it. I get it. I get it. You know.
Reading chat. I just had to break the monotony.
Yeah, I've been reading it too. It's like Virginia Roots, you're here.
Yep. Or am I?
Hello, Virginia.
I don't
Rootsy.
know. I'm just reading the troll and stuff in the side chat. You know, somebody's got a Woody from Donald Trump. Blah blah blah. Do you remember that song, Virginia?
I do not.
You don't?
No.
See, I'm not the only one. Thank you, Virginia.
God,
I don't
Well-
remember that one. Yeah.
I don't. I used to like you, Virginia. You know, you're on thin ice, Missy. You're on very, very thin ice, Missy.
Mary
fine.
didn't either. She said that one got by her too.
Oh
Right?
my God. Yeah, there's a bunk waiting for you in Alligator Alcatraz for both of you.
Kim says, wasn't that a song about a real girl, or is that an urban myth? I don't like Mondays.
I heard it was a girl in Britain that did a school shooting or something like that a long time ago. Yeah.
Huh.
You know, one of the actor who played in the Pink Floyd The Wall, I think is Bob Geldof, I think is his name. He was the lead singer of the Boomtown Rats. You'll recognize it. Yeah, just search it on YouTube. Boomtown Rats, you know, I don't like Mondays. You'll recognize him. Or did you see The Wall?
I've seen The Wall. Yeah, I've seen The Wall a few times, so I know what guy you're talking about, but I didn't know that.
I'd be willing to bet it's going to pop up in my algorithm sometime this week.
It
100%.
will, because we're talking about it right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got it on my phone right now. Oh boy.
It'll probably come in Wednesday.
See, here's my playlist on my phone when I put on my headphones at the coffee shop. And
Hey,
here's
Carl.
Boomtown Rats. I don't like Monday. Murray Head, One Night in Bangkok. You know.
If
Dumb.
anybody's heard of that song, I bet you Carl's probably heard of it. See here.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. We got the Cars, all kinds of stuff. Tears for Fears, Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys.
Huh.
But that's the extent of the excitement of Bob's life today, right there. That's it. You just you went through it all with me right here, right now on Bonnie's Live.
Thank you for sharing, Bob.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Y'all are wild in this chat, dude. Not even. I am verklempt.
Oh, there we go. You know,
See? Told you.
I tell you what, Virginia, late at night, sometimes, never mind.
Yeah.
You know, whenever I hear the word verklempt, you know what it instantly makes my mind think of?
Oh my goodness.
What? Okay, what? I'll feed into it. What does it make you think of?
Helping the veterinarian sew up a prolapsed cow.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Verklempt.
Hey,
Dude.
Mark.
Dude, you and I got to get some beers. We got a party there, Sailor Boy. We got a party. I'll tell you what.
Say hi. Say hi.
Is that a puppy, Monty?
Yeah, he's about 8 or 9 months now.
Yeah, he looks like a youngin.
Mm-hmm.
What are you
Huh.
doing? Klaus.
Prolapse cow. Wow.
Oh,
Can't wait for him to get out of this puppy stage.
yeah.
Another year. Golly. Here, just chew on it, man. Here, just chew on it. I don't care. You
Well,
start drawing blood, though.
when I hear the word perclemsed, I think of black hair with chopsticks in them, a little umbrella, some of them big old wooden geisha shoes,
Can I have my hand back?
and chocolate pudding. Yep.
Chocolate pudding. You can't beat
Chocolate
chocolate.
pudding makes it weird. Yeah, everything else
Yeah,
is fun.
that's why I threw it in there. It makes it sound ridiculous.
But I learned a new word tonight. Proclampsed. Listen here, you little stinker. Can I have my hand back? Thank you. He's got two collars on.
Oh, Jerry, verklempt means like speechless, like
Yep.
gagged, like just speechless, you know.
Gobsmacked.
Gobsmacked. That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, when you're back there at the business end of a cow and she's got something like that happening and the veterinarian hands you a great big long arm glove, you're kind of verklempt.
Well, Monty, there was this one night. Started off as cow chipping and wound up at the backside of a cow. I'm not going to go any further.
Oh, I was going to mention that the other night too. Ouch! Hey, stop! You got a little bit too rough there. Hang on. Hey, listen. Don't go after my hand. You little... Oh, if I had the remote. Oh. Mm-hmm. That's why he's got that other collar on. It gives an audible tone. And the other one.
Okay. Something is really off tonight because Virginia doesn't even have questions.
Right?
Yeah.
Like peppering with questions. I am gobsmacked.
Is that like the band Godsmacked or Gobsmacked?
Right. No, this is be gobsmacked. Godsmacked is a decent band. It's decent.
Oh, I know. Man, when a buddy of mine, back in 2000, 2001, pointed out the words to some of those songs, and I'm like, no way. He goes, oh, yeah, that's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Chasing the dragon.
Hi, Larry.
Chasing the dragon.
Right. Mr. Brownstone.
Oh, the whole day down.
The one where it says, slap me in the mouth oh, gosh darn it.
My mom saw Steve Miller Band in concert, and she did not understand the line, really love your peaches, want to shake your tree. And she had she was like a teenager still. She was young when she went to the concert. She was like, I didn't know what that meant forever.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I was like, dang, Mom. You know.
Oh, did someone get silenced?
I didn't, but
I don't think so entirely, no.
Yeah, there was a hater or two in the side chat for a while.
Yeah.
That's a nice problem.
Or like Zappa. Zappa was a weirdo. Why does it burn when I pee? You know?
Wait, what?
That's a Zappa song.
I don't know, Bubba, but I picked up something last time I went to Korea.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. Yep.
Okay, since you like music, Bob,
Mm.
favorite 80s song?
Depeche Mode. Taking a ride with my best friend.
Huh.
Yeah.
Depeche Mode.
Depeche Mode. Yeah.
No wonder you love pudding. I got it.
I would have never thought. I would have never. I would have never thunk that.
No, I wouldn't have thought
Pretty
Depeche.
specific.
80s song. Yeah, because it brings back a lot of memories back my first time to England. So that and Who's That Girl by the Eurythmics? You know,
Oh, Annie Lennox.
correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I one quick story. My first time in England, I was at Lakenheath Air Base, and I would go to the train station and buy a day pass. That means you can get off the train, get on the train anywhere you want. And I wanted to see where the British people lived, not the tourist stuff, where and how they lived. So I'd jump off these little hamlets and villages and walk around. You know, I usually by myself, but yeah, I remember the first time I ever saw goth. This was like 1988, 89.
Mm-hmm.
And I went into I don't think it was Cambridge, was somewhere around there. And I went in, cause every weekend they got a Saturday market in the middle of town in those little English towns. I went there looking for some souvenirs to buy, and I saw goth people. And I'd never seen that. That had not made it over here to the States yet. And I mean, the guys wearing black makeup underneath their eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and women wearing long capes all the way down to the ground, all in black.
Yep.
I was just, I was gobsmacked. I was just like,
Right.
what in the guys wore those, they looked like a campaign hat, was black hat with a flat top, round brim. And I do remember though the goth women were hot, seriously,
Mm-hmm.
because they wore some revealing, sexy clothes underneath their cape, and was like, I was shocked until I saw that, and I went, oh, this ain't so bad. But that was not my crowd, you know.
It's not the same as it used to be. The goth look and trend and all of that. It was different in the 80s, even early 90s.
I agree, Eimer. Goth, those girls were wearing black lipstick and their faces painted white, dressed up like witches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they were all little, petite, curvy. Oh my God,
Like
man!
Morticia Adams from the Adams Family.
Bingo!
Yeah.
You got it.
Just
You got it. They were,
in their masses.
yes, they were
Just like
sewn in. They were
witches at
sewn
Black
into
Mass.
their. They were sewn into their dresses and stuff. It's like, man, that's hot, but that's just too freaking weird for me.
Doc, you're killing me, dude. Doc P is my spirit animal. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. But now it's a trend thing for emos. It went from goth to being emos, like
Yes.
emotionally driven people.
Right.
And
What
that's
does
when
that
it
even
got
mean?
good. Yeah.
What does emo mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's short for emotional. So it's
Yeah.
kind of like it's when goth got pussified.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like,
It's when
Is that
the
like
when the Twilight series came out.
yes,
what
that's a
did
good way to put it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It was in England a lot earlier than that. It took a few years to get across the Atlantic to us, but yeah,
Yeah.
like that. But the goth was kind of like their own style of music, kind of anti-establishment, you know, rebellious age and all that. It was a little different over there in the origins, but yeah, I thought, honest to God, it was a small village, and I thought, man, what is this? Some kind of witch covenant living here? What the hell is this place, man?
Mm.
England's different than it is here, folks. Just believe me. You got to trust me on that.
Yeah.
All First Kingdom, I'm trying to find her channel. I can't find it there. Darn it. Where is it? We need to do a love raid. We haven't done one in a long time.
Love shack, baby, love shack. The love shack, baby.
I think that's it right there.
And their other weird song was Rock Lobster. Yeah. From the B-52s. Oh, hey, you remember that song? Rock Lobster, down, down. It was just so senseless. Oh, God. I just brought another song to my mind. How about this one? Word Up by Cameo. I like that song. What do you mean that make the chocolate pudding makes sense now? What the hell's wrong with you, Roots?
Okay. Where are we at? We're right here.
We're somewhere.
Roots, I was going to make you my empress when I take over the world, but I'm not. I'm double thinking now. I don't know.
All right. I got to jump down for a bit and charge my phone.
Okay.
It's not keeping up with the battery drainage of this app.
Darn it.
Which song, Cynthia? Carolina Homestead? Are we going to go over there?
Yeah, just go drop her some hearts and
okay.
And love, and she's doing some canning, and she's a wonderful lady. She's got big pretty eyes.
Really?
She can cook.
Oh, now I like that. Yeah.
Let me go back over here to say Beetlejuice 3 times. Nope, that isn't it. Darn it. Where's it at?
I'm there.
I just looked it up. There she is.
Navy Bean Magic. I like that.
All right.
Where's my emojis? Yeah. Oh, it's got to be those. Okay, fine. Maybe not. Yes, it does. Oh, well.
There we go. Threw a couple in there.
I just put a gajillion hearts.
Welcome back, Pat.
She's gonna say, "What's going on here?" I
Yeah,
can't hear her.
what did I miss? I'm looking at the chat and I don't know. We're going from Genghis Khan to pretty lady, witches, apples.
Yeah.
Like it.
Huh. Quite a ride.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Thank you
Pat,
all for
sneaking into pools. I'm sorry, Bunny. That's
she said she was going swimming.
Nice.
She's having a tough time getting that lid off of there. I just typed 2 or 2 words in Filipino, so
Oh. Yeah, I saw that she was using a bottle opener, and I was wondering if that worked because I've been wondering if there's a special tool to open the lids where they don't bend when you're
What type of
canning.
lids? Oh, those type of, yeah.
oh, oh, I see, Bonnie. Like with canned, like home canned something.
yeah.
Yes.
I don't think, not really. You can pry them off like with your fingers if you have strong nails, but ultimately it's still kind of going to bend a little bit. And there was a time I thought about reusing lids for pressure canning. I would not because the seal is compromised once it's done the first time. But
Yes.
I keep lids sometimes for like storing something in the fridge, or if I put something in a pint jar.
Pickles, it's like a quick fermentation or
Yeah.
something.
Oh, yeah, something like that, but not re-pressure canning.
No, I wouldn't reuse them for that either. And Carolina is actually going to help me. Hopefully, one day this week, we're going to. She's going to help me through the process of using a pressure canner for the first time.
Ooh.
And I'm kind of nervous because I've heard of them exploding.
Yeah.
I heard Tula say that too, and I'm kind of like, well.
I mean, it can happen, but so you have a pressure canner already, right? And she's going to like walk you through it?
Yes, I bought one at a garage sale. So, because not knowing how long it's been since it's been used, so I got the new seals that go inside of it, the whole top, the jiggler, the pressure thing, the valve, the whole thing, and replacing all of that. I need to wash up on my jars so that they're ready because I don't know how much notice she'll give me.
So, Bonnie, what I recommend before you try this with food, do you know what you're going to try and can first?
Well, and that's what I told her. I said, let me know ahead of time if it's going to be water or meat because I would need to thaw the meat. So she'll probably have me do water.
Yeah, water is a good idea too. I was going to say before you do food that could end up compromised, run the canner. You know, the main thing about them blowing up is if you don't have any water in them, and then the pressure builds up, and that's not good. So as long as it doesn't run out of water, you're going to be okay. And I would recommend sealing it all up with nothing in it, just to see if it holds pressure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So try that first, and that way if you do thaw meat or purchase beans or do something, then you won't waste it just in case it doesn't hold pressure. Then you have all this cut up meat on your hands,
Right.
Yeah, Rabbit, I agree. Try a couple of hours of water and just see if it comes up to pressure, first of all, and holds that. because that's the key to canning. If you lose your PSI at any point, you got to start over.
Okay. And it didn't come with the manual or the book. So, I mean, I'm clueless. I remember doing water bath with my grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how I did the pickles. I've done jelly, stuff like that, but not, and that's what I want to do is can the meat.
Right.
That's my
So
biggest right now.
USDA has a website that'll give you the times for each thing, whether it's meat or carrots or whatever you're doing. They have guidelines.
What website?
On the USDA, or you can even look up manufacturers and look up their booklet online. Like, let's say you have a Presto and you look up Presto canners, and it'll have like a copy of their
Yeah.
booklet on their website, and that tells you the USDA guidelines.
That's exactly what it is, Presto.
Yeah, you can go to their website. They'll definitely have something. Whoever's the manufacturer. Or any
Yeah.
of them, yeah, but definitely the manufacturer, the type you have.
Yeah, and the type, like Chessboard saying, look on try and get the exact model that you have.
Yeah.
And look.
Yes. I think, yeah. And I know I had to use that number to order the parts for it.
Right. Man, that's funny. Believe it or not, I have canned with Prepper 101, and I used to do canning lives with another creator pretty often, every Saturday. And so this is kind of a running joke because I would do like 75 things at once. But one time he came on the show, and it was really funny because he canned hamburgers. Yeah, Prepper 101, the shout out 101, I always say. I've canned with him, and he did bacon and burgers. I was laughing because it's like, there's your priorities. He's like, damn it, if it goes down, I'm gonna have a bacon cheeseburger.
Hey.
Yeah. Yep. It was a lot of fun with 101. Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
There are certain things you're not supposed to can according to the guidelines, and then it gets called heritage canning or rebel canning. Like, I can my own milk, I can my own bacon, even ghee. Like, there are things that are not approved by the government, but that's why it's called heritage canning, because they kind of break the rules, I guess, going back in the day. So
Yeah. Well,
but stick with the rules when you start.
Yeah. USDA doesn't like water bath.
Correct.
Too wet either. Yeah. And I think, well, at first I thought that's all D-Dog did, but then he's got like 4 or 5 pressure canners, so that's not all he does.
Oh yeah, Devil Dog is very good canner. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does it out on open fire. Like, he's very knowledgeable about that process.
Yeah. Canning like the Amish.
Yep.
Because they don't use pressure canners, do they?
I don't think so. And you can technically water bathe anything. It just takes quite a long time. I have watched videos of people doing meat, for example. This is for entertainment purposes, not government approved, to water bathe meat, and it takes hours, but it allegedly can be done.
Well, I thought Prepper 101 was just a joker.
No, he's a legit dude. That's a cover. That's a cover. He's very intelligent, very good dude. I don't think he's really serious with his mother-in-law in the canner. I think that he's just in here.
Yeah, I don't care what his mother-in-law says about him. I like him.
No, he's cool as hell. I promise.
He's good to see you.
He said,
Is that the guy with the wood chipper?
Yes.
That's probably quite cute. Yeah. The Amish have their ways, and there are channels on the YouTubes of some Amish demonstrating their methods, and even from around the world. There's a lady, she's in either Russia or Ukraine or somewhere in Eastern Europe, and she's talking about how her family did it during the war. And so she'll lay out all her process, and it's really cool to watch and to see different recipes and what have you,
Like those Grandma Nana channels.
Yes.
So his wife's probably an amazing cook. Doesn't make bomb meatloaf.
It could have been Poland apple dumpling. I just remember that the lady was saying they had been under communist regime for a hot minute, but I cannot remember which country it was. I think it was a USSR connected, but
yeah, my friend is the first one that told me about Make It Make rabbit.
Yeah, Make It Make's got a good channel with Cannon.
Right.
And she cans like crazy. And so I can't take it over there because she's got 3 cats running around. And she won't come over here because she's a hermit. And I'm like, we really need to get together again. But it'll be okay. We can do
once you start doing it, you won't be able to stop. You'll be canning up everything.
And she is addicted. She's like canning, and she makes her ghee. She makes everything from scratch also. And so does Carolina. She makes her own mayonnaise. She makes everything. Yogurt, whatever. Take 2 Benadryls with espresso.
That's some good stuff. I love it. I love hearing about it.
Well, I just subbed to Pepper 101. I wasn't even subbed. What's up with that?
I don't know. It does that in schemes. I noticed the other day that I was unsubbed to somebody that I'd been subbed to for a while.
You okay, Al? You gonna be all right, Al Bundy?
His voice meters to the roof.
His mind just never goes anywhere else, does it? We love you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm excited for you, Bonnie. If you want to share or have questions or whatever, I'm stoked. You'll love it. Like Watt's saying, it does kind of become where you can like everything. You experiment, you figure out what you like and don't like. You
You're gonna want to grow more so you can can it.
Yeah. Oh, you can shit. I can leftovers. I can, because waste not, want not. At the end of the day, is the mindset.
Right. And that's I keep sticking everything in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
And the other day when my power was going out, I was like, yeah, and I still don't have a generator and sure don't want to lose all of that. And so, yes, that's why I want to start canning. And also, I bought the thing that you put on top of the jar for dry goods. You know
Right.
what I'm
Vacuum
vacuum
seal it.
seal. Yes.
Yeah, those are handy.
Well, you can dry can grains like barley or quinoa or whatever, and there is an attachment for the top too that it'll suck all the air out, kind of make it happen.
There is my question. How many licks does it take to get to this? Oh. I guess he was back there.
All right, I'm officially heartbroken right now, completely. I was watching the Amish choir singing songs, and there's not one brown girl in that whole assembly. Not one.
Right.
I ain't going there, Virginia. I ain't going there. I ain't doing it. No, no
Well,
thanks.
the brown girls do know how to cook, but the Amish, man, they lay it down too. I don't know. Diversify, Bob. You're such a boomer. Diversify.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll try.
Right.
Shit. Now there was a choir singing "Go Down to the River and Pray." It's good performance here. They're Amish, Mennonites, all that. It's like a Shenandoah Christian music camp.
Right.
I'll post it in the side chat if anybody wants to take a look at it. It's beautifully done. Let's see. Down and I'll see if I can copy and paste the link here.
Zed, it only takes 3 licks, and then you just bite it to get to the Tootsie Roll,
Oh,
Oh.
prayers said. I'm sorry.
Don't bite it right away. Take your time.
Yeah.
A little tease, we're talking Tootsie Rolls. We're talking about Tootsie Rolls, huh?
Yeah, Tootsie Pop. That was the commercial. How many licks? And it was that owl, but he only licked it like 3 times, then bit it.
Yeah, he couldn't resist.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mennonites. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think these are the Mennonites. I think there's different sections of Mennonites, Amish, all that. Their headdresses are a little bit different, and old order Amish, blah 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 blah. But here I'll post a in the side chat here this choir, very nicely done. Paste. Here we go. There we go. Okay. I really gotta. I gotta mix it up. Dang it, Virginia. I don't know, man.
Yeah, Rapid. We do. Not any right around me, but Abilene has a huge Mennonite community. And I still haven't found out about the Amish. I don't know what they're doing. I keep forgetting to look into that, but it's been a little. My mind's been other places lately.
Mm-hmm.
I found one American guy. He did a really good comprehensive video about the differences of the Mennonites and the Amish and the old order Amish and on and on. And there is a big difference in the way they live. Great.
Yeah.
They all have
Yeah.
a couple things in common, like the women make all the clothes by hand and things like that.
And they're good builders. The
They
Mennonites,
are.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
along with it.
I think they go to the school until the 8th grade, and then they go out into the trades, farming, building, making furniture, whatever else. But everyone has the same opinion of them, that they are absolutely trustworthy. If they tell you this horse is worth $10, it's worth $10.
Right.
Yeah.
That's respectable to me.
They're honorable people.
Very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Mennonite family that I worked for sometimes when I was younger, the last name was Barnhart, or the last name still is Barnhart. Uh, Barn, but the heart is spelled Hart.
Huh.
Um, and the family they had, of course, the guy that owned the Barnhart farm at that point, he had two sons and a daughter. Well, I don't know the particular age of how they do it, but uh, it's almost kind of like you hear the men in the Amish in a way when they come of age. I guess they kind of have that choice if they want to go out into the world or continue the traditions. Uh, but their only
Rumspringa.
daughter, she ch- uh, she chose she didn't want to do the Mennonite lifestyle no more.
Hmm.
She stepped away. She always loved animals, always helped take care of the animals on the farm, so she became a veterinarian. Um, and still see her around town sometimes, and you'll see her. And at first it was weird because I was used to seeing her all them years dressed as a Mennonite, and then I seen her with her hair down, and now she's got on jeans. You know what I mean?
Right.
Wow,
But
wow.
it's was kind of the same concept. But yeah, she
Mhm.
she went on, and I mean, she's still a part of the family and stuff. It ain't like they totally outcast her or nothing, but that's just what she
Yeah.
chose to do.
Hmm. Yeah.
Rumspringer. They give them a summer off or something like that so they can go out into the cities or wherever they want to go and come back home and make your choice.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
But as I understand, the old order Amish are very, very strict. Um, if you violate their rules, you are excommunicated. Uh,
Shunning. You're
yes,
shunned.
shunned. Yes, thank you. You're shunned. Yeah,
Excommunicado.
yes, sir. That's the old order. Some of the others of the Amish and the Mennonites are not quite so hardcore,
Yeah.
but I saw a thing made by the British Broadcasting where they hooked up with an old order Amish family. His name was David Lapp. He has a YouTube channel now, David Lapp. But he and his wife were excommunicated, shunned because they in the middle of the night, him and a few other couples went out and had a second baptism in the stream in the river. No, is that such a bad thing? Go baptize each other in the river. Having a second baptism.
Oh,
That's
they got shunned for that?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, huh.
Yep. They got shunned for that. But uh, I mean, think about it. I mean, how hardcore do you got to be? I mean, these guys are so deeply religious, and that they wanted to get baptized again so they could be, refreshed and exhilarated with your wife and oh boy, we didn't give you permission to do that. You're
Hmm.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's extra. And Scientology is a wild rabbit hole, Cola. They're, yeah, very interesting thoughts they've got there. It's almost like a MK Ultra religion. They break down your identity and direct it to or mold it in a certain way. And yeah.
That's a fact, Carl. If I leave first, you can't shun me. But as I understand that, it's like old order Amish shunning is you're not completely out. You can still talk to your neighbors, but you cannot go and sit down at the same table with anyone else. You're
Mm-hmm.
you're over there, but you're not completely out. It's weird, man. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks. Yeah, we'll let you go, but not really. We'll pull you back. You know.
The Mennonites around here, boy, they know how to cook. They cook
Right.
some good stuff.
Those pies.
Mm.
Oh,
Probably
yeah.
some better. I just ain't found them yet.
Fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Yep. Yeah, Cola, the e-meter thing is weird. It's kind of like biofeedback, but it's almost like a lie detector test too. They're
What is
energy.
that?
I'm thinking E means energy meter, but I'm not sure.
Mm.
hmm Chessboard, there's something to be said for that with Native Americans. Yeah, it's a similar, and Asians also. If you bring dishonor, there is a system of shunning and not PTMI.
It's almost like cutting off the hand to save the arm in a way.
Yeah. My son's home from work.
Is that you, Lady Smith? It's a different name.
What was the question?
Ladyism. Is that you, Lady Smith? I think so. Okay, girl. Just making sure it's different.
Well, we'll just all call her Milady.
Yeah, lady.
Hello, my lady. Well,
Good to see you. And Zed, you fit right in here with the rest of these boys. No, I
officially in the dog days of summer.
mean,
Bonnie's talking about Miracle Whip.
Oh, that's what that was.
he's talking about America.
Mm.
I ain't asking. I'm not asking.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it was ever really about Miracle Whip.
All right. Hey, Monty.
Right, Carl? Speak even rapid. Leave the miracle Whip alone. Yeah, when we had that barbecue, guess it was for my granddaughter's birthday, making the potato salad. And I sent Virginia a picture of the potato salad, the jar of Miracle Whip.
She did. Bonnie 100% trolled me on my own phone.
Oh my God.
Miracle Whip. She was proud too. She was like, thinking of you, girl. Kisses. You know?
That's when my daughter emptied that jar of Miracle Whip. I said, "Oh, I got to take a picture of this."
That's too funny.
It's freedom salad, baby. This is freedom salad.
Right?
Scandalous.
Oh, he was here, Doc P. Chessboard, what's a toot toot? Don't mess with my toot toot. There's so many things running through my mind.
It's probably code.
Right? I mean, I don't want to make assumptions.
Well, that's what I was thinking is booty.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Yeah.
Carl. Carl, do you have a nap? I'm surprised you're awake.
Is toot toot the same as toots? You know, two toots would be a toots.
Tootsie.
Tootsie. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep, he did. Do you want the link?
Tootsie.
Ooh, Carl had a nap.
Hey, what's up, Tootsie?
He probably won't come up, but
He ain't gonna do it.
Right. He's too scared.
oh, it's a. Hey, Tate.
Good to see you, Tate.
It's a country song.
What's the name of it?
Toot, don't miss my toot toot, or something like that. Toot toot equals butt. Where is Craig?
Shoot.
Ask Alexa.
I have no Alexa. I don't have anything like that in my house where I can be like, Alexa, Siri, really weird government guy watching everything. What is a toot toot? You know?
Hey, Firefly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me neither.
I don't either.
Toot,
Freaks me
toot,
out.
toot. Now you spell toot toot backwards, and that's the real meaning of the word.
Oh. Very good point.
Yeah. There it is. I figured it out.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Isn't Firefly in Texas also? Or am I wrong?
Wow.
Whoops, not that one. Channel.
Dang, Al.
Yeah. Me and my Dick Tracy decoder ring, we figured that out. Toot toot is, spell it backwards. That's the meaning.
Really?
That's true. It's all true.
Mel McDaniels, don't mess with my toot toot. Google it. YouTube it. Don't mess with my toot. It's an actual song. Seriously.
Hey, Zed. Thought we were friends.
Uh-oh. Nothing?
No.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Firefly's in New York. I'm way off.
Where did Monty go? He's got to go play with a toot toot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not a skin suit, Monty. It's
Okay.
Hey, I can hear you now. Did y'all hear me?
Yes.
Good thing I didn't get to go to cussing.
And we were wondering.
Y'all
What-
was deathly quiet.
Yeah. No, we could hear you. That was a really weird secret you told. You should tell it to Ken for anyone that missed it.
Yeah.
What? That y'all was quiet?
No, when you couldn't hear us, what was that secret again? What was it?
Yeah, I don't care.
I'm
I got big shoulders and a broad ass. I don't care.
I'm still confused. Just saying it. Just saying it. I'm still confused.
It's okay, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Al.
I let my phone
Damn,
charge up to 57%.
Hmm.
damn you, Virginia. Damn you.
What did I do this time?
You want me to mix it up? Mix it up. Not all brown gold.
Variety is the spice of life, you know.
I don't know, man.
And you got to mix the chocolate pudding in with the
Yeah.
with the butterscotch.
Hmm.
Jerry, would you have us any other way?
Yeah.
They did
Not
too
right
many
in the head.
sauces to be mixing.
Hmm.
Who is
What was,
Jerry?
what was
Well,
that movie?
look up Zed. Jerry's in chat.
Yeah. Zed. So is Zed off of Men in Black?
Zed
That,
is where did I meet Zed? I think I met Zed at Tim's.
I know, but in the movie Men in Black, Zed.
Oh,
Zebediah.
no, I always thought it was Pulp Fiction. Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead.
Right.
You know,
Oh.
it's
Who
Pulp
was the
I,
Fiction.
character?
Bruce
Oh,
Willis.
yeah.
Bruce Willis was
Zed.
talking to his
Right.
girlfriend, and they're getting on the motorbike. Yeah.
Uh, who was the main guy? Not the main guy, but the head chief. His name was Zed in the movie Men in Black. Van is it Van Winkle?
are
Marcel.
you sure with the D?
Oh, he played
He
on the.
everybody in my store
D.
except for me and
Uh,
Zed.
Zed, that was the head guy of Men in Black.
Yeah,
Huh.
but I'm trying to think of his real name, the actor's name.
Tommy
Oh,
Lee Jones.
No,
can't think of it. I can visualize it, but yeah, I can't think of his name.
hang on. Be right back.
All right.
Hey, I still have
Oh,
K-Rob powder over here on this other tab.
yep. Yep. Bruce Willis and Zed. That was
And he passed away. What a name, Rip Thorne.
Yeah, Rip Torn. That's
yeah.
it. Sorry.
Uh-huh. That was Zed. That was Pulp Fiction. Man, that was a weird movie. Oh
That was
man.
a Tarantino movie.
Yes, sir, it was.
Yep.
Oh, my favorite Tarantino is that the one made in Japan with Lucy Liu, and who was her bodyguard was, um, oh
Wasn't it Kill Bill?
yeah, that was Kill Bill, yeah, where Lucy Liu was the head of a gang, and who was her bodyguard? She comes walking down the stairs with that ball and chain, you know, uh, Gogo
Yeah.
Gogo Yubari. Gogo Yubari. Yeah, the one with the ball and chain, and she's fighting. Oh man, that was kick ass scene, man. Yeah, that's yeah. Gogo Dane.
The one I thought was a real twist turner was from Dust Till Dawn.
Oh yeah, Thelma Hayek. Yummy, yummy, yummy Latina. Masarapabae.
Wasn't she also in Renegade? Or no, hang on. The one with oh gosh, had long black hair.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
That too.
Or what was it? There were
Not,
several of them in that sequence.
not Renegade.
I know who you're talking about. She
Des-
is pretty.
Desperado,
Yeah, Desperado and
the movie.
Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and there might have been a third one in that little series.
Or,
I can't remember. Or it
or
might
was
have
that
been just those two.
Rosario Dawson?
Sorry,
Yeah,
I let you up.
she
We
was
don't
awesome.
know.
She was awesome doing that snake dance, but I ain't drinking beer off no lady's foot. I ain't doing it. Just ain't doing it. That's too gross, man.
Once we get to know you better.
Who's this?
Oh, Salma Hayek. Remember that when
Oh,
she was
no, no,
doing?
no.
Oh,
I was meaning who Bonnie was talking about.
oh, okay.
Strictly. Look, you called up Craig, and there he is.
That's how it happens.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, boo.
I'm kind of surprised he tried to come up on panel.
Oh, I'm not. I'm surprised he tried to come up earlier.
Well, I know that would just start a whole. Yeah, no, we don't need that.
Yeah, yeah. Monday, almost full moon, Bonnie.
Counted on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Then we'd have to turn loose Virginia on him.
Uh-oh.
Don't do that. Don't do
Why
that.
you have to
Mm-mm.
bear?
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, Strictly doesn't want that. I guarantee you that.
She'll put one of them. She'll put one of them perclemsed moves on him, and he'd regret it. He would regret it.
So is that almost like Roman Greco wrestling?
Sorta. Yeah, sorta.
Okay, Tate's got one for y'all. I'm not letting him upset. Don't worry.
Robin Hood. Men in
I already
tights.
put it down to teach you. Woo!
Oh, I'm not even reading.
Yep.
I'm not
Robin
even.
with Kevin Costner.
Yep.
And
and
yep. And
damn
that
fine,
was
damn good English actor. He was in Harry Potter.
yes, he was in Harry
Alan.
Potter. He's Alan Rickman.
Yes.
Yep.
Galaxy Guide to the yeah, that too.
Yep.
What is that? What is that? Galaxy Guide to or yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Guide to the
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yes.
yeah,
No.
thank you. Hitchhiker.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Y'all are all movie buffs, I guess.
I was born this way.
All right. That's what they all say.
It's a set of skills we all own.
Mhm.
A special
Oh,
set of skills.
I've seen that movie, Carl. That one kept me from driving at night for a long time.
Oh,
What's
Rutger
that?
Hauer. Rutger
Hitchhiking.
Hauer. Yeah.
I
No,
was thinking about Joyride.
The Hitcher. That was the one with Rutger Hauer. Yeah.
Rutger Hauer. He was also in Highlander and the first Die Hard, I think.
The villain.
Yep.
Rutger Hauer and C. Thomas Howell.
Damn, he was named after 2 universities.
Maybe that's the name of it.
Blade Runner. That was a trippy movie, man.
With
I
Arnold.
just rewatched that the other day. It was on one of the
With
channels.
I know that one, Cheryl. Darn it.
Isn't that Blade Runner with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
Where's the money?
No, it was Blade Runner was with Rutger Hauer. Rutger Hauer. Yep.
What's the name of
And who was it? He was a carpenter. The other
I was
actor.
thinking of Running Man. Arnold.
Yeah.
Running Man.
That's Arnold
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford. Thank you, Craig. Yeah, you're right. Harrison Ford.
Yeah, Running Man. That was before Total Recall.
I have to look it up.
Yeah, Cheryl, I'm trying to think too. You had me at hello. I can't remember.
It's
was
Oh,
got,
you had me at hello.
Hang on.
yeah.
and isn't that the one, where's the money? Where's the money?
Yeah.
Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire,
Oh, are you
I
sure
think,
that's the one she's talking about?
Cuba Gooding
yes.
Jr.,
Okay.
Tom Cruise.
But that's the
Well,
one where Cuba Gooding Jr. says, "Show me the money."
You complete me.
I've never seen it because just like The Lion King, it's the worst movie of all time. I thought the concept was stupid. I hated the commercials for it. I can't stand it when Tom Cruise plays Tom
show
Cruise
me
playing
the
Tom Cruise.
Yeah,
So I honestly I don't think
he
I've.
played himself in that movie. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
So did you know that there's a country song with that same title by Kenny Chesney?
What?
What's
You
that?
You
had
had from Hello.
Yeah.
How come women don't tell me that? Why don't they say that to me?
My ringtone.
I don't get it. You had me at hello. I've never heard that. Nope.
Truthfully, what?
Yeah, so that way when I answer it, I say, "Hey, you had me at hello."
Oh,
You know.
Take
like
my breath away.
well, that's Top Gun.
Yeah.
Hello, it's me again. Hello, it's me
No,
again, Margaret.
Top Gun was okay, but that was a Navy movie. The Navy does okay in airplanes. They do okay, you know.
I didn't hate Top Gun. Top Gun actually was one of the only Tom Cruise movies I liked. But
What
I
was
like
Officer and a Gentleman?
the Gentleman was good too.
Was that Marine
that's
or Navy?
no,
Navy.
that's Richard Gere with
Yeah, that was filmed out here in
Lewis.
Washington.
Lewis. Bald-headed black guy.
Yes.
Gosh darn it! He did
I know
Iron
you
Eagle.
like Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder. Mm.
Lewis Gossett Jr.
That's it. Yeah.
I have to start writing all these titles down.
Because at the end of the after their ceremony, they was all bringing it. Was it their belt buckle or is it their lapel pin? And they was giving it to him, and he was all putting them all on one side of his belt, and then for his, he put it on for just Richard Greer's. He put it on the other side.
all right, Firefly said a minute ago, Bridget Jones' Diary, was that it? Firefly, are you talking about You Had Me at Hello? Because I think I've seen that in a different movie, not Jerry Maguire. And that could have been Firefly. Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
So you didn't like Cocktail either?
Cocktail was cute. It was all right. I liked more Tom Cruise, early Tom Cruise, and then it became Tom Cruise being Tom Cruise, playing Tom Cruise, trying not to act like Tom Cruise.
Man, you just
Then-
described. You just described. What's that movie with Downey?
Tropical Thunder with Robert Downey
Yeah,
Jr. I'm
Tropical
a dude
Thunder.
playing a dude playing another dude.
Dude,
Right.
now it's Tom Cruise playing CGI. You know, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All his movies are like that now.
Craig, my brother was on the ship or sub or whatever it was in the Hunt for Red October. Just saying.
Mission Impossible 20's coming out, or it just came out.
What was the name of the movie where Tom Cruise played opposite of the Australian actress Nicole Kidman, where he played the part of a doctor?
Eyes wide, eyes wide
open.
shut.
Yeah,
They were in a couple together.
That
Well,
was
they
a
were
weird.
married. Nicole Kidman. They were married. It was Eyes Wide Shut, but they met on the set of Far and Away.
Yeah, the
Far and Away.
Western.
Yeah.
They were in Days of Thunder together too. He was the NASCAR driver and she was the physician.
That's what I'm saying, Watt. Yep.
He married her before he married Katie Holmes.
Yep. He was married before that too.
And it isn't Kidman with oh
Yeah,
man.
Keith Urban.
One of the
Keith
yes.
Urban. Mhm.
Thank you.
Here's a trivia question
Tom
for
Brady.
y'all. Here's a trivia question for y'all. What was Tom Cruise's very first big time movie?
Risky Business.
Yep.
Uh-huh. That was terrible trivia, Monty. Try harder. Do better. You know? Better. Everybody knows the tidy whitey scene. It was some old time rock and roll, you know? Challenge us.
And he got that from Ferris Bueller.
Watch it, Virginia. I'm sending you to Starvation Heights over there.
Bueller.
Watch it. Watch it.
Bueller.
Mueller.
Bueller.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Ben Stein.
no,
Yeah.
Hey, that
no
was
one
a
can
good.
ever, no one can ever forget Mr. Hand though when he took the pizza on Fast Times at Richmond High.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's my pizza.
You know, he's only like 5'4" or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a wee lad.
Very, very, very. They don't show that on the movies, but Tom Cruise is freaking tiny. You
Yep.
know, they'll make a mistake once in a while and show how tall he is. He's tiny. You know?
That was one of my favorites.
What?
Yeah.
That's one. If you can't watch the end and think, ah, amazing.
Spicoli. Oh. What was the chick's name in Breakfast Club?
So my
Molly.
bad.
Molly
Yeah,
Ringwald. Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Molly Ringwald.
I love her.
Yep.
Pretty in Pink.
Yep.
16 Candles.
Four Keeps. That's a deep cut, but Four Keeps was such a good movie. I had it on VHS, so I saw it a lot. She got pregnant as a teenager, and her boyfriend tried to make it work, and it was a more dramatic role, but it was still, as Molly Ringwald. It's really good.
Yeah.
She was definitely had that apple pie American look to her.
Mm-hmm.
Girl next door look.
She played a mother in something also.
That might have been Four Keeps, where she got pregnant. She had a baby really young, and
No, this is when she was older.
Okay. Oh, was it a TV show?
No, I think it was a movie.
Okay. Huh.
She got married.
My phone's at 58% now.
Woohoo. You can't keep it charging while you're.
No.
Because when I'm streaming on my phone, I have to plug it in.
Oh, the phone just made a liar out of. My phone just made a liar out of me. Now it's 60%. Been back on panel for 30 minutes.
Excuse me. Molly Ringwald, there she is. She is 57 years old.
Oh.
Yes, Craig. Wasn't that Kelly Preston? No.
LeBrock.
Yeah, Kelly LeBrock. Thank you, Bruce. You always correct me the right way on those two because I always get them switched.
Weird Science.
Yeah.
Kelly
She
Kelly Brock was in the movie with her husband. I think that he's married. Steven Seagal.
Oh, the last one I saw her in must have been The Kissing Booth.
Huh.
Have
Well,
you
look,
seen?
No.
Kelly did not age well. She, I think the alcohol got at her. She did not age well. She aged fast, you know. She's a Brit, you know.
She was in The Tempest, The Pickup Artist, Fresh Horses for Keeps, All These Small Moments,
Which one? LeBrock or Preston?
Molly Ringwald.
Oh,
I was trying to see what she was a mother in, and it was The Kissing Booth. That was the last one I saw. But she was the reason I liked her so much. When she would take those clothes and piece them together and make the cutest outfits you ever saw. That was totally my style, totally what I did when I was in high school. It's like,
Tootsie. That's Dustin Hoffman there.
Kelly LeBrock looks like Bob.
I've seen a lot of Tootsies over in the Philippines. Lots of them.
Yeah, I saw your video. Oh, take care, Rabbit. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, you mean today's video about the bugs in the refrigerator?
I saw that one too, but I saw
Okay.
the one where y'all were on the boat and
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I've only caught a few lady boys in pictures and stuff. You know, I mean, they're just there. They're just part of the scenery.
Cooties. Carl.
I'm with you on Pretty in Pink, Bonnie. I loved that movie, and she made her own clothes. She was very creative. Um, she she didn't have a lot of money, living there with her dad, and and they go out and kind of watch like some Depeche Mode, like Bob would enjoy.
Wow.
There was the boyfriend. There was Blaine, and then who was the Ducky?
Yeah, Ducky. He
Yep,
was in.
Wasn't that John Cryer in that and also?
yep.
I
John
think he was in a
Ducky.
couple of movies. With
I know he was in Pretty in Pink.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. Catch up, Monty. You're
But
stuck
the other one,
He's heard.
16 Candles is what I thought you was talking about.
What about Depeche Mode? I like Depeche Mode.
I mean, I'm not mad at him.
Okay.
But it was that 80s kind of genre. There were certain styles and certain things that it's like why you gotta love the 80s is some of that, the way she dressed and did her vest with her boots and her skirt and her high socks. I dressed the same way, Bonnie.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, and the hats. The whole. Yep.
Yes, James Spader, Firefly. That was the blonde.
He was in that movie too?
Yeah, he was the he was kind of the antagonistic character.
You know, after he came out with that series, Blacklist.
Yep.
I was like, man, that guy looks familiar, and I looked up his name, and I'm like, I'll be damned.
Yep.
The very first movie, Stargate, he was the guy wearing the glasses, and he was the nerd, more or less,
Hmm.
with Kurt Russell.
I think
Yeah.
one of my favorite things about the band Depeche Mode is this next generation got their music and they're remixing it into some really, really awesome videos and music. It never ends. It's wonderful. Very creative young people.
Right.
Digitally creative.
Right.
You know.
And they do like remashes, like Eimer does live sometimes. I know you're here, Eimer. We love you long time. And it's DJs that'll mash up and mix up various all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
And you're right, it is wonderful. It's very, very good.
I dressed up Cyndi Lauper one time.
Right?
One time.
Really? Me too.
Oh, no doubt.
Girls just want to have fun.
I love the Cars.
I don't mind you coming here.
When Cyndi Lauper was doing the wrestling thing with Captain Lou Albano, that was her
Wasting all
heyday.
my time.
Do you
When I
see?
come you so near, I kind of lose my mind. Yeah. It's not the perfume that you wear. It's not the ribbons in your hair. Yeah, I love that. The Cars were way ahead of their time, man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the way music makes the movies, though?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's got to be there. The end of that last Cinderella movie with Hilary Duff. Oh, what's that song? It's not Calling All Angels, is it? When Angels Bring You Home. Ah, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
With that
I know
one.
not a lot of people watch this kind of movie. I had girls of all ages growing up here, so
The chick flicks.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, there was a song in Top Gun. Take My Breath Away.
That was by Berlin.
Top
Yeah.
Gun.
That was
Yes.
their one hit. That was their one hit wonder.
And they had another hit was called 99 Red Balloons. There was an English version and a German version of that song.
But they had her do her version. They had her do her version of that song just for that movie only, for the trailer or something like that. And they decided to keep it in. And then after that, the band split up.
Wow. Yeah, I really like that song. And then the one, what was the song they sang to her?
In which one, Bonnie?
Top Gun.
Top Gun. Oh,
At the bar.
never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips.
That's it.
Dang it.
There's no tenderness anymore, or something like that. Dun, 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 dun.
Isn't it the same? Isn't it the same guy?
Thank you, Doctor.
What is it?
Yeah.
You've lost that love and feeling.
Yeah, but who sung it?
Oh,
I think it's the same guy that did the one in Ghost. Unchained Melody.
Oh.
I think.
Okay. I'm not sure. Wait, Jerry says Human League.
Valley Girl. Yes.
Okay, Brew, I think that's what it is. Righteous Brother. Yeah.
Righteous Brothers.
Yeah. I'm not going to chessboard. Stop it. every time I try to belt something out, Chessboard has to troll me. I've never claimed to be a singer. I'm just thinking out loud in song. You know, it's so rude.
Right?
Oh yeah, Human League. Human League. That was a good band. Yep, I enjoyed it.
I guess I don't recall their songs.
Don't you want me, baby?
Oh, okay.
Don't
Yeah.
you want me? Oh. Yeah.
Mhm.
I was working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. Yeah, that was good. That was one of their big hits. They had several. You
That
know,
was a good one too.
it was like I'm only human, of
Mhm.
flesh and blood I'm made. They're a good duo. They sang well together.
Yep.
So did Hall and Oates, but I mean,
Mhm. Now there was the early British goth stuff, way, way, way back. You know.
Mhm. British rock.
Mm-hmm. Techno, electronica, goth. Yeah.
all thanks
Well,
to Guitar Hero, the one song that always sticks in my head, Ruby, 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 Ruby.
huh.
What?
I don't know what song that is, Monty.
I think
I
it's by
don't.
the I think it's by the Chieftains. I think.
Huh.
Tonight she comes.
I always think of Black Sabbath and stuff like that with Guitar Hero and everything, because those were the.
Did you see where Black Sabbath just performed their last gig together? Night
Oh,
before last.
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ozzy has
yeah.
stage 5 Parkinson's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
From the first day that I met you, I was looking in the sky when the sun turned all a blur and the thunderclouds rolled by. The sea began to shiver and the wind began to moan. That must have been a sign for me to leave you well alone. I was born without you, baby, but my feelings were a little bit too strong. That's Black Sabbath.
Huh.
You don't remember that song?
Nope.
Nope.
that's why earlier when you guys mentioned something about witches, and I was like, generals gathered in their masses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never said I loved you, and I don't believe you I can. When I saw you in a dream and you were with another man, you looked so cool and casual, and I tried and looked the same. But then I got to love you. Tell me, who am I to blame? That's old original Ozzy Black Sabbath, the original band.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, what is the name of that song? I got to look that up. I can remember the name, but I can't remember the title of the damn thing. Though.
Master Crowley.
Uh huh.
A lot of times when a song comes to mind during the day, that's the title. But I can only remember the words, not the title. So I
Right.
just typing in the words and then it tells me.
Oh,
I
here it
think
is.
Good Night, Firefly.
Good night, Firefly.
This is a very dark song, but that was their genre at that time was Black Sabbath. I mean, let's see.
The first heavy metal band, apparently, from what I learned.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the name of the song was "The Warning." The Warning. Yeah. See if I can post it in the side chat if you guys want to hear it. Let's see.
Whenever I think of, I believe it's Breakfast Club with "Don't You Forget About Me."
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Don't you? I'll stop singing so Chessboard is not offended.
No, go ahead.
But you know, at the end, not the one at the very end when the
You walk away.
yes,
Don't you walk on by
yep.
as you call my name. Yeah, I'll post that song from Black Sabbath in the side chat here in just a sec. Yeah, here we go. This is it. It's called The Warning. Dark stuff. Level 42. Yeah, hell yeah. I remember them. Yeah. They had one of the best bass players in Level 42, man. He was great.
Okay. Did y'all watch Pitch Perfect?
For the most part. One of my sons was in choir and he really liked it, so I did see, good bits of it often. Was there a song you were thinking of?
My favorite part was when, so it wasn't a favorite song. They just did a whole bunch of them. Was when they were out there in the courtyard or wherever it was, and you had to. It was a competition. They had to continue the song with the last word sung. And the pot smokers were over there, and she was like, oh well, yeah. Anyway, that was my favorite part.
No,
But they
that's
were
cool. Like there's a name for that in singing groups. I can't think of it, where the last word
Yeah.
and then you're like going improv using that last word and then coming up with the next song. That's what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That one girl, she really sang good though, I thought.
The brunette.
Yeah. I guess it was she was it was kind of nasally, but
yeah. I can't think of her name.
I can't.
One of my all-time favorite animated movies was Heavy Metal. I remember when that was in the theaters, and me and my buddies went and watched it, smoked a bunch of pot, and sat there and
I don't think I've seen Heavy Metal.
No. No
I
way.
don't
You serious?
I don't think I have. I'm familiar. I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
It totally animated movie, was like 5 different stories in one movie, and it was all told by the Lochnar, which was a green jewel. You know, I am the sum of all evil. Look into me. Look carefully into me. Yeah, great movie, man. Back in the early '80s, before all the CGI, it was animation.
Right.
I'll post my favorite scene in this. It went from a trial for Captain Lincoln Stern right into a B-17 flying fortress scene. Awesome shit, man. Blew my mind. Yeah, but that was 81, 82, something like that.
Yes, Brew. Tina Turner was an incredible performer.
Right.
Floyd. Love Pink Floyd.
I do too. I would have loved to see them live.
Yeah.
Speaking of Pink Floyd,
What's that, Monty?
speaking of Pink Floyd, 2 days ago I come across "Comfortably Numb," only it was done in reggae style.
Oh.
I'm like, well, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I bet I could play that.
Okay, Virginia, I'll post a link
If it's the original.
in the side chat just for you, so you can get a glimpse of the movie Heavy Metal. There you go. since I've been an aviation fan for my whole life, this was an epic scene. Epic scene.
Epic.
Epic.
There was one night, there wasn't a whole lot of us here. It was just like a chill night. I don't know what was going on. And I was like, we're just gonna play music. And so I started playing songs, and then chat was giving me titles, and I'd look up a cover, and we just kept playing songs like all night. They were coming up with some really good ones. At the end, it turned into total love songs. So, of course, Carl wasn't around. Love you, Carl.
Carl's good at music marathons.
Only if it's Ted Nugent or, I mean, some of those that I have never even heard of even.
Oh, I can tell you two quick songs that'll get you taken down within about 11 seconds, maybe 3 seconds.
Carl and Chuck did that. They said, play this song. 16 seconds, boom.
One of them is REM, Lose Your Religion. And then Children of the Sun by Billy Thorpe.
Oh, I remember that.
I can't remember what the song was they asked me to play.
There is another song that Carl knows. Started playing it. I had to take 5 or 6 breaks throughout that whole song before I could before I actually get all the way through it. Because I was watching the algorithm on the backside of YouTube. Because anytime it's green, you're good. But once it starts hitting yellow or red, they're getting ready to zap you. I think it was the Doors. It was a song by the Doors.
I don't understand it. You would think that they would be happy that you're putting their music out, sharing their music. But even if it's a cover, I get a copyright every time I play a song. I get a copyright.
That's right, Carl. 57 strikes.
Yeah.
That was. I think I still have that saved. I had to mark it as private because they wouldn't let it go up on YouTube. Oh, that was a long night, all-nighter.
Virginia, I think I was in love.
No, Al, I'm old and saggy. I couldn't do a bikini, but a one piece, maybe. One piece leather outfit, perhaps. Bikini, never again in my life will that happen.
6-inch leather stilettos, huh?
Mm.
A whip and some chains.
I don't have the talent for it. Nope.
Chopsticks in her hair with a little Japanese bamboo umbrella. I'm all over you like white on rice, honey. That's just the end all. That's it.
Yeah, and like small clogs because I'm already 5'10", so stilettos, I'd be on my ass. I don't wear on my feet that make me any taller. The center of gravity goes off too far.
Right.
There's a real ball busting video I just found about aviation in World War II. Here we go. This is set to one of Black Sabbath songs. Yeah. War Pigs by Black Sabbath. Yep. Ball busting video right there. I love that shit. Those creative young people with their CGI, mixing all the, oh man, I love it. I absolutely love it.
You know, if you type in, if you look up from a couple nights ago, if you just type in Ozzy Osbourne and what uh, Black Sabbath's last concert gig, Jason Momoa was there, all the heavy metal bands, Metallica. Uh, oh my goodness, there's a bunch. But anyways, you could tell when he's sitting in his
Yeah.
chair. He was sitting in his chair, and you could tell when he got to those his certain songs that he always sang, he never missed the words. War Pigs was one of them. Uh, I mean, he didn't falter. He didn't fail at the words. And in fact, he was telling them to stay on the stage towards the end. Towards the end, I ain't going to use the explicit language he used, but he's like, stay on the bleeping stage. And then, but when he got to Mama, I'm Coming Home, you could tell it in his voice. He'd had a full night of singing.
You see what Chessboard said? Mel Tillis and Kitty Wells used to sit with them on New Year's Eve and have beer and chat. That's pretty cool.
More cowbell. Okay.
Christopher Walken and the guy that played Elf. Saturday Night Live. Oh, he was in Talladega Nights. Will Ferrell. More cowbell. More cowbell. Dang it! What was that song? Roots.
I think the best performance I've ever seen Christopher Walken do was in the Prophecy. The Prophecy. That was his top performance. It's about the angel Gabriel came to Earth looking for one really polluted evil soul because the war was still going on in heaven. He played the part of an angel coming with that his accent and his facial expressions. Oh man, he was perfectly suited for that role. Have you ever seen that movie, guys? Prophecy, The Prophecy.
Yep.
Oh,
Wasn't he also in Constantine with Keanu Reeves?
Oh, you're thinking of The Devil's Advocate. That was Al Pacino.
Who's Craig?
how about
No, the devil in Constantine. My bad, was the Russian dude. He was in Armageddon, the Russian cosmonaut.
Yeah, gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, that's.
I don't know his name. Yeah.
I don't know his name either. He plays those bad guy funny parts.
Mm-hmm.
Prophecy? That was really. You remember that scene, Virginia, when he went into the ER and he's walking right through the hospital looking for patients who are just about to expire, so he can grab their soul before they go up to heaven or before they leave, and he take possession of their body. He was such a cruel son of a bitch, man. You know, that lady who woke up, she had just expired and he grabbed her, and she wakes up like, no, she could see the light. She was going to heaven and he took her and kept her down on earth. She's crying. And, no, it's so beautiful. With his accent, he looks at her and she's crying. He goes, don't do that. I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Monster. But, oh God.
He was a bad guy in one of the James Bond films too.
Oh my God.
Christopher Walken. His hair was dyed all white.
Oh, was it? Okay. Virginia, you remember the little restaurant scene when he's sitting there with that lady who grabbed her soul, and they needed they're out in the desert looking for the Navajo reservation, and she's sitting there still in the hospital gown, and she's barely able to breathe. Just, oh, oh God, what a scene! What a scene!
Well, it kind of
Yeah.
makes you wonder though, about how things work, if people are taken up or down or somewhere,
Mhm.
and if that would be something where there was a harbinger that picks you up, I don't know. It's a weird thought because some people have visions of their whole family at the end of their bed.
Yep.
If you talk to people who work in hospice or whatever,
Yes.
people see that all the time,
Yeah.
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 There on YouTube here, there's a few hospice nurses that have their own channel, and they tell stories. And I think it was a lady who died, and they brought her back, and they had to have her on a feeding tube or something,
Uh-huh.
and she kept pulling it out because it was so beautiful after she died. She wanted to go back.
Right.
Don't,
Whoops.
Right.
why did you bring me back? Why did you bring me back? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Uh, what's the name of that movie I watched last night? Don't watch it. Somebody mentioned it in chat the other night. The Shift. That's what it was. And they said it was about what we were talking about. Well, in The Shift, it's an ER room, and it ended up they were helping people leave. I
Right.
was like, that
Right.
was not what I wanted to see.
That's an interesting concept, but yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to see it now. But interesting idea. I mean,
But we weren't talking about anything like that. We were talking about that's when George was up talking about community. We were talking about doing the things, not
right,
I don't know.
right,
But that's a lot of times when I see, I'll put movie titles because a lot of them I don't know. And so I'll be sitting here, oh, I got that one. Just watch that. But
right.
last night I just turned that one on.
Hmm. Well, did you like it at the end of the movie? By the time it was all through, what did you think? Like,
No, I didn't. I mean, I kind of understand, but I don't. It's like, I don't know. Even this one little girl, she was not old enough to make that decision.
So they had to choose, because I've never seen this. So you're saying there's like a point, and then they have to choose?
Well, so it really wasn't not like you would think. Okay, so the little girl, she had some kind of cancer, and so she told the nurse, I don't want my mommy to sit here and suffer anymore.
Whoa.
Go. And the nurse said, do you know what you're saying? And she said, yes. And she said, it's too hard on her. And I was like, no. Well, it ended up the cancer had gone to her lungs and she couldn't breathe on her own anyway. And so they didn't do anything to her. They just let it happen. And which I can understand that. There was another lady that came in that she was, she coded like 4 times, and, or the 4th time, the nurse was like, I'm not bringing her back again. This is just not right. And so then the doctor came in and he said, the patient has coded 4 times. She's 93 years old. We're not going to do this to her again. She's too frail.
Mm-hmm.
So it was more like just letting it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the same time, if we're without medical help, pretty much the way it would be anyway, right?
Right. Right. And at some point they do say, well, this person's 90, or, you know, it's all up to the caregivers at the time, the practitioners, who can try another zap or do whatever, you know. It kind of, it's a scary thought.
Yeah. It was just deep, dark. It was like, I shouldn't have watched this. Not before bed.
Right. Yeah. Well, it is a reality. I don't know if you've looked up into that machine in Canada. I think it's called MAID, MAID. But
Yes.
you get like 2 doctors sign off, and it can be for anything, for it not even a terminal illness, like anything. You get 2 doctors to say, yeah, that sounds like a good treatment, and it's basically a self-deletion capsule.
Correct. Even children as young as 12 years old can self-terminate through that.
Yep.
Or depression and anxiety.
Yep.
Yeah.
Depression and like,
Mm-hmm.
some cases are really bad, and but there's also, you know, that'll be abused. You know what I mean? It'll be abused, because what happens then? All you need are 2 signatures.
Yep.
Well, then those signatures are given, and you didn't really ask for that, and they stick you in this pod and say everything's going to be fine in 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just,
the lottery.
That's evil. That's pure evil. I remember seeing a speech
it-
about Trudeau was bragging about how many millions of dollars this will save us in our healthcare system. You evil son of a.
Yeah.
I agree, Doc P.
Yeah. Dark. So, and the same thing happens on different levels, even if it's not a formal pod. It's a decision made by somebody, whoever is monitoring you at the end, you know.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Carl, for sure. And wouldn't it be juicy if that was the same thing? Mm-hmm. Plot twist, same thing.
Mm-mm.
Zed is right for once. Laughter is the best medicine. It releases things in your brain and chemicals in your body and hormones, and it can be healing. Like, there's been a few testimonies, whether true or not, or just in Minecraft, I don't know, but there's been a few testimonies of people who had serious illnesses and watched a lot of comedies and kept things, you know, pretty funny with what they exposed themselves to, with sitcoms or stand-up comedians or just things that literally made them laugh. And there's some anecdotal evidence that it extended their lives a little bit, as opposed to being in a depressed, doom porn mindset.
Yeah. It releases the good hormones in your body.
Yep.
Same with dancing, music. I think all
Yep.
of it.
Singing songs. Yeah.
Hmm.
I love to sing. I sing all the time here when I'm alone at home.
Yeah. It's good for
Got,
your lungs.
yeah, that changes your mood, man. It works really well.
Mm-hmm. Kim, the NDE testimonials are amazing for sure. Very, very interesting.
That's what makes me think that it's per individual. It's what that person needs to see or hear.
Mm-hmm. Well, right, or what's already in their subconscious, that they will see or feel or hear. Yeah. They're pulling each other's fingers in there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, Ladysmith, the choice aspect is really interesting because nobody wants to choose wrong, all right? But I mean, let's say there's stages of getting to heaven, I guess. And then, like, what if you came at a crossroads with, and the choice, I don't know, I can't think of an example right now, but just a riddle in a way, that you choose the right road. And I don't even mean religion. I mean just hopefully the trickery is not as intense in that state of being as it is when you're alive.
When I pass away, I just hope that it's no more trickery.
Right.
No more liars, no more thieves, no more devious people. Just, yeah.
Well, if it's a battle for souls, what if it is for a second that you get tricked, in that soul?
Ladysmith, I think that's possible.
Right.
Because they keep saying it's all about attitude.
It is. Yeah, it really is.
And your brain can do amazing things. And we know God can. So kiss off. Break time. You have to, Zed. Well, Kiss Off's convinced, didn't she?
So, Kiss Off, have you been able to call bingo this evening. Bingo is a lot of fun, not gonna lie.
Rude.
I was just.
Send to me live.
Can I share one of my videos on your live, Bonnie? An old video from 2012.
Okay.
Okay, just a second here. I'll see if I can.
No music.
No, present from 2012. All right. Share the screen. Virgo Street during the day. Way back before I had a whole head of gray hair. Here we go. Way back. Way back. Way back.
Where's my little bar? There it is.
Okay.
Sorry, my computer's like whack. Okay. Get the bar. Up. Go up. Dang it. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Sorry, Bob.
Mm.
There we go.
Okay. This was Christmas Day 2012
Goodness.
in a red light zone in Makati City. I went down there because some of my friends at work said, "Hey, go down to a red light area. I want to see." All right. Let's see. Do I need to make it start playing or what? Let's see. Just a second here.
Virgo Street in Makati City. This is the red light district in this city. I'm going to go down here during the daytime and just film a little bit. Taxi wanted to give me attention or give my ride or whatever, but I'm just going to walk down here during the daytime, give you all a look around. Around me is all the girly bars where, you know, you can go for entertainment, etc. But let's go take a look around and see how many people are trying to sell me different things like Viagra, etc. So come along.
Now we're coming up about halfway down the block, and you tell me which one is a woman and which one is not. That's P. Burgos Street, Makati City. God, that was a long time ago.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. Okay. Excuse me. Merry Christmas. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, this place over here called Cheers. It used to be called the Matrix a few years ago. It's where you can sit outside and have a drink. Most of these are just little places you can sit down and have a drink. And this place is pretty busy during the nighttime. If you do come here at nighttime, be real careful because there's a lot of lady boys that look like women, etc. So right here is the Makati Palace Hotel. Good morning, gentlemen.
Did you just say the Happy
Welcome to
Palace?
YouTube.
Makati Palace.
All right.
Oh.
Makati City. Yeah.
Oh, here's a new one. I haven't seen this one before.
I hadn't been down to that street for years. You know. Here we go. There's two ladies coming up, and you figure out which one is the lady boy.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too.
Yeah, she lives on the sidewalk there.
You want to be on YouTube? All right. Good morning, ladies. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
You look so guapa today. How do you look so pretty?
I didn't know.
You don't
That
know?
is a lady boy, gentlemen.
That's nice to
And
see you.
Maury,
Merry
look at,
Christmas.
yeah, 100%. That's a man. Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Wala po.
Yeah. I, I just wanted to show that. So if
That
you
was
guys ever travel
the one I was just
overseas,
speaking with.
yeah.
The one I was just speaking with there, I said she looks so pretty. That's one of the lady boys that works down here. So if you come here, don't drink too much. You might wind up with a surprise.
Mm.
So I'm going to go down here a little bit farther, then I'll turn around and come back the other way. Money changers.
Yeah, those are mostly restaurants and girly bars and bikini bars, I call them now. But I was there back in 2004.
Taxi driver trying to get me to jump in.
Yeah, watch. We'll have another encounter with the lady boy real quick here. I showed this video to the guys I work with, and they went, "No way, that's not a guy." I said, "Yeah, dude, that's a guy." Yeah. Just
Street goes down a little bit farther down.
Can you stop it on them?
huh?
Can you stop it whenever you
I'll try
see
to.
them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that other one, I would have been fooled.
Oh yeah. Let's see if I can increase the size maybe, and then put it on pause when she's coming back. She's chasing me down the street is what she's doing, or he or she or him or whatever, following me
wow.
down the road in case I change my mind.
Let's just take a walk.
Okay.
Just a second. She's coming up again. She's going to follow right behind me. I didn't speak too much Tagalog back then, but here she comes. He, she, him come right there. Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a man, Maury. Look at those shoulders. Yep.
Yeah. And I said, hi, nako guapa. That means, oh my God, pretty lady. They like to be called cute or pretty and all that. But
See you again.
she blew me a kiss.
Yeah. But look at the facial structure. Look,
Yep.
if you pause it on when the face is close, like right before going to kiss, you can see it in the jaw.
Right.
Look at his hips. There's no hips. Boom.
Blew me a kiss.
That's a man.
All right, I'll just stop sharing here. No, I did not get laid. Zed, no. Okay, but that's how, man. If you go overseas, just don't. Stay with your woman. I stay with my wife. I don't go bouncing
It's
around.
not even overseas. They come here, and it's
That's
hard
a
to
fact.
spot
Mm-hmm.
sometimes. You can spot them there a little easier by comparison with how much larger their bodies are than the females. But here in
Yes.
the U.S., it's harder to spot them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, Caucasians are easier for me, but I've noticed with them over there, they usually will be standing in a group of 3 of them. So you can't compare a female to them. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
That's quite an experience to go over there. Yeah. Yeah. I just wanted to share that out. You guys be careful if you go overseas. But when in doubt, ask them. When in doubt, ask them. Huh?
They'll tell you?
Yeah. Yeah. Because
wow.
They're selling their body is what they're doing. They're prostitutes. And if you're making a negotiation to get together, and before you seal the deal, you better ask them, are you a lady or a lady boy? And they'll usually will tell you right away.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they don't want to get their asses kicked if they lie.
Exactly. Yes, Virginia.
That's a deadly lie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I've seen plenty of them over there, and I treat them like I do everybody else. Just, hi, good morning. That's about it,
Yeah. For sure.
I had last time I went to time before I went to Cebu City, I was there by myself, and I was sitting in front of a bank on some steps and drinking a can of beer and smoking cigarettes, and 3 of them came up in front of me. I started speaking to them in Bisaya. They knew right away, I'm not green. I'm not a first timer here, you know. And I said, wala na, no, thank you. I'm married, you know. And so they gave me a fashion show right in front of me. Just,
Good.
oh God, you know, I mean, I don't know what to say. I
They
just
just
told them,
wanted
oh,
to get paid.
well, they said, choose one, choose one, choose one. And I said, ladies, I can't. I'm married. No, thank you. And besides, you're all so beautiful. I can't pick just one. Well, then pick all. Take all. Oh, God, this weird shit I've been through in this life, man.
Good night, wildlife.
Yeah. Good night, wildlife.
Just thought I'd share that. I'm done now.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think it's as common as it is, but man alive.
Yeah,
Since
you've been around Virginia. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
they blend in.
They do. I don't have any problem with them. I don't. Most of the time, they're actually pretty friendly. You know,
Hmm.
as soon as I tell them I'm married, no, thank you. That's when they stop hitting on me and just want to sit down and talk. You know, where are you from? How long have you been here? How many times have you been here? Do you and your wife have children? And you know, it's general topic. Yeah,
People
I
are
agree. I agree, Kim. That is sad. It is sad, really, kind of, because you know that people have to resort to doing that to be able to eat and have a place to live. But that's just life, you know.
All right, y'all. I think I'm going to close this one up.
Okay.
Thank y'all for being here. It was fun. Oh, oh my goodness. Talk pee.
Yeah. At least they're human. God.
All right. Y'all have a good night. God bless you. Stay safe, everyone. If you're in Texas, stay away from the waters. Got more rain coming. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thanks, Bonnie, for having me up.
Thank you, Bob. Virginia, Monty, me puppet, Spotlight.
night all.